interview, Bozy Ennis, he states that BOK Prime contacted them to try to set up a fight with Terrence Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis. And who was the one that made the phone calls? Yours truly. Yours truly. I set up the meeting for Bozy to meet with BOK Prime. I set it up when asked who can we get the next fight for Terrence Crawford. I was the one that suggested let's make it happen with Jerron Boots Ennis. Let's see if Terrence Crawford is open to fighting Jerron Boots Ennis. Terrence Crawford said that he's more than willing to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. He actually stated that I'm not worrying about Jerron Boots Ennis because he ain't never been in a ring with somebody like me. So if we can set it up, set it up. That's what Terrence Bud Crawford stated, right? So I reached out to Bozy Ennis that night. Bozy Ennis said they would be willing to fight Terrence Bud Crawford. Okay? He said we'll be willing to fight Terrence Bud Crawford in a heartbeat. That's exactly what he said. So I set the meeting up for my partners at BOK Prime. Also, Zab Judah was on the phone. We set everything up, the meeting up, and then from there, there was a big meeting between Stephen Espinosa and BOK Prime. Okay, they had a big meeting to discuss the logistics and the possibilities of making Terrence Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis fight next. Okay, dates was thrown out. What dates would be available to make this fight happen? And a lot of different logistics. Okay, was being discussed that I cannot discuss, obviously. And so I told you guys when people said, "Oh, Terrence Crawford is not fighting this," I said that Terrence Crawford was willing to fight. Now Bozy, he stated that his loyalty to Showtime. And he said in his video that he felt like BOK Prime was trying to be slick, trying to undermine Showtime and make the fight behind Showtime's back. And I'm going to confirm that Bozy did feel that way. Okay, and I was trying, and I tried to explain to Bozy, well, we was just trying to have a meeting with you to gauge if you was going to be interested in making a fight and what's the possibilities and what is your obligations, you guys' obligations to Showtime. Okay, is it possible that you can even do it? And Showtime and Bozy, he said, he's not going to, discuss that. He would rather have Stephen Espinosa talk business and go over it, which they did. And they had an hour-long meeting. BOK Prime and Stephen Espinosa had an hour-long meeting to discuss this fight. Now, the other stuff I can't get into, why it didn't come to fruition or why everybody went in different direction. I can't. I'm not. I don't have the. It's not my place to discuss those things. That's Stephen Espinosa's place, and that's the head of BOK Prime. That's their place. But listen to Bozy Ennis. He confirmed it. So listen. You're gonna have to start calling people out and cussing. You know what I mean? Just like So he's discussing. Hold on one second. People out and cussing. You know what I mean? Just like So he said that Terrence Crawford, Bozy is saying that Terrence Crawford was saying that, you're going to have to start, calling me out by name, so on and so forth, and cursing people out. We don't do that. Talking to somebody said, only way I fight him if he called me out, he called me we don't, that means you really don't want to fight, Jack. Everybody else you fight, they BLK people called us. Listen. Last month, because BLK people called us. Okay. And I said, we'll take him in a heartbeat, just like that, right? So you heard what he said. He said BLK people called us last month. That person would be me. So when people say, "Oh, Blue Blood don't have the ability to do matchmaking," I'm not a matchmaker. I just make suggestions. I just advise. So when it was asked, who can Terrence Crawford fight next? What would be a good fight? I said, ask Terrence Crawford if he'll give Jerron Boots Ennis the opportunity, because I want to make the biggest fights possible. So I said, ask Terrence Crawford, talk to Terrence Crawford, and let's see if Terrence Crawford will be willing to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. Terrence Crawford was calling to see if we could make the Errol Spence fight. What place we could play, role we could play in making the Errol Spence fight. So then I said, if he can't get the Errol Spence fight, let's see if we can make the Jerron Boots Ennis fight next. Since Errol Spence is reportedly about to fight Keith Thurman, it would be good for Terrence Crawford to fight and give Jerron Boots Ennis the opportunity. It's the same thing I told Bozy. I called Bozy and I said, would you guys be willing to fight Terrence Crawford? I was asked about who should he fight and who can we get to fight, and I suggested you guys. Could you get on the phone? That was me that suggested that. And Bozy said yes, and I put all the pieces together to have the conversations. And then the very next day, I did that at 10 o'clock in the morning, and Steven Espinosa was in the movie theater when Bozy called him, right? So the cat's out the bag, I can tell you. So Steven Espinosa was in the movie theater when Bozy called him and said, we got the opportunity to have a conversation about fighting Terrence Crawford. Then Steven Espinosa said he'll be available the next day, and they had a long conversation the next day. All facts. So when people saying Blue don't know what he's talking about, Blue, well, there you have it. Another piece. See, I can't let this cat out the bag. I can't let these, but since Bozy let the cat out the bag, right, that there was even a conversation, right? Now, when the higher ups have conversations and it fall through or whatever, I don't play no role in that. But I suggested Bozy, Terrence Crawford said he would be more than willing to take the fight with Jerron Boots Ennis, make it happen. And then he said Boots ain't never been in the ring with somebody like himself, so he ain't worried about it, make it happen. Bozy said they jumped at the opportunity, and whatever happened with the big wigs that didn't get it made, that's out of my hands. But I tried to put the pieces together to make it happen, period. And now you guys see it, because the cat is out the bag. So,
ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, we've heard enough. Before we get into our air frying endeavor this evening, I want to first welcome you all. Welcome. As always, I see the viewership is growing and it's increasing exponentially. And so I want to welcome you all. Come on in. As you already know, you do not have to dust or wipe your feet off when you enter into my live. And you don't have to ring the doorbell. Want to know why? Because the door is already unlocked and open for you. So I welcome you all to the Manager Marty channel. We got some good business of boxing to uncover this evening. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. Y'all know already that when I do lives, you know what I do. I show my face in the place. Oh, yes. Welcome. All of you that are in the chat, I want to say I salute you. Those of you that are acknowledging me in the chat, I salute you. Those of you that are just in the background, you're not in the chat, but you're just in the background, just watching. I welcome you. If you are watching because someone else sent you to come spy on this channel, I welcome you too, because there's some things that you will learn this evening and every other evening that you come on this live, because I have one objective, and that is to teach and empower others, fans, fighters, etc., on the business of boxing. I salute you all that's in the chat once again. I welcome you all that's going to watch the replay of this live. And so we're going to dive right into our segment. Before I do, there was a super chat that I wanted to acknowledge all the way up the top of the chat. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that super chat first. And then I'm going to acknowledge the other super chat that just came in. And that is from, hold on, let me make sure that this thing is in my way here. Come on now. Well, let me work it this way and then work my way back up. Salute to Mr. Pragmatic. Mr. Pragmatic, thank you for your unwavering support on this channel. thank you for being my day oneer as a subscriber and a supporter of this channel. Thank you for your contribution. Mr. Pragmatic says, professional matchmakers don't need matchmaking help from YouTubers. And we're going to dive into a little bit of that in the portion of this segment this evening, Mr. Pragmatic. So I thank you, Sean P. I'm trying to catch your super chat as well. Thank you, Sean P, for your contribution to this channel. Thank you so much. I wanted to acknowledge you as well. Sean P says, support the grind family. Thank you for being my day oneer as a day oneer subscriber to this channel. I see all of you watching. Can everyone visually see me and audibly hear me? Because I just want to make sure that we do a mic check and a camera check, because I see the Wi-Fi on my computer is very, very strong, but the Wi-Fi signal that I see on StreamYard, it looks like it's pretty low. So I want to make sure that you all can hear me and see me loud and clear. Thank you so much. Georgia Peach, I see you in the chat, sweetheart. Salute. Thank you for being a supporter and a day one subscriber to this channel as well. Omega Red, I see you as well. I'm waiting for some more people to enter to the live, but yeah, we're going to have a great evening of business, of boxing this evening. We're going to have a great evening of that. We're going to talk some real business. We're going to get right down to the nitty gritty, but before we do, there's some other agendas that I want to acknowledge, and then we're going to get to what you all came here for. Yes, you all came here because, you know, there was an air fryer in the thumbnail. Yes, there was an image included on my thumbnail, and there was a name also that was in the title. In fact, the face and image of that thumbnail, or that individual in the thumbnail, and the name that's in the title, all of you are familiar with. And on top of all of that, there was a voice that you all recognized that I just played. Thank you so much. Charles says, keep up the grind. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. And thank you for your feedback and your support, Mr. Charles. I look forward to seeing more support from you just by your viewership alone on this channel, because I don't recognize your name being in the chat. But if you are new to this channel, Mr. Charles, I welcome you. Anyone who's new to this channel for the first time, I welcome you as well. I'm going to take a small break because I need to get some water. I was, as you all see, I was a little bit late jumping on the live. I was trying to get some technical things organized here, but I forgot to get me a bottle of water from downstairs. So if you guys give me 1 second, you ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please, if you give me about 30 seconds, I promise you I'll be right back. I'm going to get me some water, because when I talk and talk and talk, you know, my mouth get dry sometimes, but I want to make sure that we all enjoy the feast this evening of the great food that we're going to cook up on this air fryer. So y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to turn the camera off and my microphone off, if I may. I will be right back. Okay. Y'all just bear with me. I'm just going to get some water, and I promise you I'm coming right back. Okay. All right. Let me see something real quick. All right. Yep. I'll be right back, y'all. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape Film crew, I am back. We are live and in living color here. I just want to get right into some some preliminary things, and then we're going to get to the air frying that we have to deal with this evening. Um, First and foremost, um, let me say something because I think this is as equally as important. Every time you all join a live or come on this channel, if you haven't known this by now, I can refresh all of your recollection, especially for my returning viewers and subscribers. I always try to make sure I insert a wise principle in my dialogue when I'm speaking. And there is a principle. Matter of fact, there's going to be about 2 or 3 principles that I'm going to allude to in this live and during the duration of this live this evening. And the first one is, let me let y'all see my face. I forgot my camera was still off. And the first, excuse me, and the first principle, wise principle that I'm going to allude to right now is this: open rebuke is better than secret love. D-Town Boxing, I see you in the chat, my brother. Salute. D-Town Boxing might know where this proverbial principle comes from. I'm going to say it again. Open rebuke is better than secret love. And I want to touch on that just for a second, and then we're going to move right along with our agenda this evening. Open rebuke is better than secret love. It is better to rebuke someone openly than it is to have a secret love. In other words, is if someone publicly says something that's out of term, that's disrespectful, outrageous, disheartening, dishonest, disparaging, humiliating, that person subject themselves to being rebuked openly. So if you're big and bad enough to say something in public, right? And I'm talking about negative things that humiliate people, things that shame people. If you are big and bad to do those things and say those things in public, then you must accept the public criticism and the open or public rebuke with your actions and words. Because open rebuke holds you accountable to change the negativity and the things that are not beneficial and helpful to build up your fellow man or women. And it holds everybody else accountable who's a part of the viewership and audience to hold you accountable again if you continue to do it. That's better than helping someone grow. That's better helping someone acknowledge and take full responsibility of their public actions and attitude and words that are not righteous than it is to go behind their back and go behind the back of others to try to tell them privately. If you do something publicly that is humiliating, disparaging, embarrassing, shaming to others, disrespectful, then the consequence is you should be openly and publicly rebuked. Okay? It's better than somebody going to someone else that is the suspect in that situation privately. Let me get this super chat real quick. Don Sapansky. I recall seeing your name before, but thank you for your contribution and thank you for your feedback. And you have a question, and I want to make sure I acknowledge it since you contributed to the channel. Why did you love to talk about Blue Blood? Hey, Don, I recall you was it 2 Fridays ago or 2 Tuesdays ago on my live? You asked the question. You asked me why, and you did contribute to the channel. You did provide a donation the last time when you asked your first question before tonight. You asked me, why do I dislike Blue Blood Sports TV? I do not dislike Blue Blood Sports TV, nor did I ever publicly say that I disliked Blue Blood Sports TV. Why do I love talking about Blue Blood Sports TV? Well, we're going to dive into why I'm going to discuss some things about Blue Blood Sports TV, Mr. Don. So just relax. I'm going to make sure I answer your question, and I can assure you by the end of this live, your question will be answered. Now, let's move right along. So, open rebuke is better than secret love. There's another proverbial wise saying that I want to also acknowledge. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, but deceitful private words bring the kisses of an enemy. Open rebuke, you heard me say that, right? Is better than secret love. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, right? Faithful are the wounds of a friend, but the kisses of an enemy are deceitful. That means that it is more beneficial for someone who is a friend of a person who has said or done something wrong, right? They may hold that friend accountable, and it might hurt that suspect or that person who was wrong because they're being held accountable by a friend. Might wound them, right? But it's better to have a faithful friend who might tell you the truth about yourself, your actions, behaviors, and words, than it is to accept a kiss from an enemy. And so that's going to be my preface, that I'm laying a foundation for what we're going to talk about this evening. Now, there's some things on the agenda that I want to deal with first, and then we're going to get to the air frying session. First and foremost, I did a video. First and foremost, I did a video. Salute to you, Diana. I see you in the chat, Miss Diana. I salute you. Thank you for your viewership and your feedback. On Sunday and Monday and yesterday with Mike Coppinger and Max Kellerman. Y'all recall that, right? And I told you all that tonight we were going to dive into some of that. So let's do it now. Now, the thing about that whole thing with Mike Coppinger, right? I'm not saying I'm not saying that Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence are not having dialogue privately. I don't know if that's true or false. Salute to you, Lucky McKinnells. Thank you for your support on this channel, and thank you for your contribution. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Lucky. But I will say that it's interesting to me, and I asked this question in my video that I published. The question was, who told you this information? Because they kept saying, I'm told, I'm told, I'm told, I'm told. Who told y'all this? Who told y'all they were speaking? They, meaning Crawford and Spence. Who told y'all they were speaking privately? Who told y'all that? Who told y'all that they were having dialogue over the purse split? Who told y'all this? That's a question that we all want to ask. Who told y'all this information? Who did? Who told y'all? Was it Kelly Swanson from Swanson Communications? Was it her who owns her own public relations company? She's the one who Mayweather Promotions and PBC usually hire for press releases, press conferences, and all other public relation matters. Did she tell y'all that? Was she one of y'all sources? What about Errol Spence? Did he provide that information to y'all? What about Al Heyman? Was he one of the sources? Because Max Kellerman said that he would extend another invitation for Al Heyman to come on ESPN. Did y'all hear that? I did. I heard him. If you didn't hear it, y'all can go look at the last two videos that I published between yesterday and Sunday, and y'all will hear Max Kellerman, particularly the video that I published yesterday. Y'all will hear Max Kellerman say those exact words. Yeah. So my thing is, yeah, I see you in the chat, Georgia Peach. Yeah. So I'm not alone. Other people heard him say that as well. And so my thing is, you're putting that out there because it's favorable to a particular camp. It's favorable to a particular fighter. You know what I mean? So it only leads people to assume that Crawford's team, well, it may not have been Terrence Crawford directly, but Crawford's team possibly may have leaked that information, because we know that in the past, Mike Coppinger have received his information from people from Crawford's team, and the information that he received and that he relayed, some of that information was basically repeated by Crawford himself. Okay. And so if that is the case, we have to correct that, because we can't have any bias in journalism. We can't have any bias in reporting, because you must take a neutral position when you're reporting, whether you agree with the information that you are reporting or not. And so we've heard all of the things that Max Kellerman said. We heard all of the things that Mike Coppinger said. And so I see that there might not be as many likes as we want them. I see the chat. I see people in the chat. People in the chat are saying, get the likes up. I'm going to repeat what they said in the chat. I encourage you to like this video now. We are 30 minutes in this thing. We're 30 minutes in. Come on and put up the likes, because we want the information, the teaching. Let me be clear when I say information, the teaching and education that I provide on this channel to reverberate all across the world. We got people all the way in the UK that provide us viewership. So salute to you all in the UK who is subscribed to the channel and provide viewership. The Philippines, I salute you in the Philippines, and we have other countries that have access to this information, and in fact, they are a part of the demographic in my analytics. So this is not just for America. The education I provide reverberates all across this world when we talk about this great sport of boxing. Before I move forward, I want to introduce uh, to many of you that probably already know who this gentleman is. You already saw him put the picture up on his community page. You've already seen me put the picture up on my community page when we kicked it and spent a lot of good time when I made my rounds out there in Atlanta, Georgia. We had a wonderful time. This man is a very brilliant, intelligent man. I love his content. Please subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. He is the guy, and I don't want to bring him in on this, but I'm going to bring him in on it anyway, only because he's the guy that did a great job with breaking down him and his partner, my other guy. Can't wait to spend time with him, his partner, Jason. He's the one that did a wonderful job so eloquently breaking down the issues on him and Jason's channel uh, that I've had with Blue Blood Sports TV and the issue that Blue Blood Sports TV had with me. But that's not why he's here tonight. I just want to make that clear and let the record reflect that he's not joining us because he's a part of the air frying. He's not. But I wanted to provide him an opportunity for the first time on our platform. He's one of our partners here on the channel, and I look forward to hearing his perspective that him and Jason produced on their own channel with regards to Max Kellerman, with regards to Mike Coppinger, with regards to Jaron Boots Ennis versus Crawford. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, I welcome you all to my guy from AM Sports Media, my guy, Greg. What's up, G?
What's going on, man? Hey, man, I feel like I'm on Drink Champs, man, with that introduction, bruh. That was amazing.
Man, I got to give you your flowers while you still here, brother.
I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it, man. What's going on?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, man. I just wanted to cover some, preliminary things before we get to this air fry session. I know you probably don't know anything about what I'm referring to, but if you stay long enough.
I don't know about the air fry session.
Yeah, you don't know, but if you stay long enough, even when you jump off the stream, you'll know by the end of the stream what type time we on this evening. Salute to BVO Boxing LLC. You all, I'm sorry, Greg. I know this is your time. I just want to acknowledge this brother if I can. That's cool, man. All right,
yeah,
good.
Absolutely.
BVO Boxing LLC. He's another intelligent brother. He invited me on his platform on Saturday over the weekend. We had a great show, BVO. I salute you. I see you in the chat. And listen, BVO needs our help, ladies and gentlemen. He needs our help, to my understanding, to help him with his watch hours. Okay, so that he can be qualified as a content creator. So we support each other on this boxing platform. We support each other in the community of boxing. Okay, so I encourage you all to go on BVO Boxing's channel, look at his content. He got some good content now, and y'all subscribe to his content, please, and y'all watch his content in full length because he needs the support from all of us. And listen, we all boxing family. All right, so salute to you, BVO Boxing. Now, Greg, you guys did a video, you and Jason. I actually checked out another video you guys did. I think it was earlier today. I watched it earlier today, but I'm not sure exactly when you dropped it.
Yep.
So let's work our way back and move forward. Let's start with what you guys heard from Mike Coppinger and Max Kellerman talking about Crawford and Spence secretly negotiating, and then Max Kellerman said if the fight does not happen this time around, then basically it's PBC's fault. He invited Al Heyman to come sit with him on the ESPN platform, and all of these different things. Mike Carpenter said there's a split purse that's being discussed without the networks involved, without the promoters involved. So give us your take, Greg. What's your perspective on this thing, man?
Well, at the end of the day, it's agenda driven, right? So we know that Max Kellerman came from HBO, and they probably have an issue with Al Heyman and team. So anything that will discredit Al Heyman, Max Kellerman is with. So that's number one. Number two, Cappinger is what I call him, not Coppinger, but Cappinger. It was clear to me all the way back from September, October, that the information that he was getting from Terrence Crawford. It was directly from Terrence Crawford or someone on his team, right? Because no one from the PBC side, they don't talk to Mike Cappinger, right? So clearly he's getting this information from Terrence Crawford. Anytime I hear information flow, Marty, the first thing I ask is, why is it out there? Who benefits from hearing this information? Who benefits from this information being out there, right? Now, we know that around a week or so ago, Alexis Rocha was announced as the mandatory for Terrence Crawford. And then subsequently, all of a sudden, we start to hear all this news coming out. Oh, he's negotiating with Errol Spence, although we've already heard Errol Spence say he's not doing anything without Al Heyman. They're negotiating splits, and Terrence Crawford is sending them a memorandum over to the PBC. We already know that they had already agreed to splits. What would change in terms of the splits today versus yesterday? Neither one of them. I mean, if anything, the split has gotten worse when you think about what occurred with BLK Prime, right? So what is there for them to negotiate in terms of split? Now, are these two individuals talking? Probably. They have each other's phone numbers. I mean, even just based off of the Twitter war that went back and forth back in October and November, it was clear that these two individuals, they communicate to each other. Why was it that Errol Spence was unwilling to go down the $50 million path with Terrence Crawford, communicating directly with him, and now he's willing to communicate directly with Terrence Crawford and negotiate? There's a disconnect there, guys, and that's the reason why I question it. Maybe it's true. I'm not in the room. I'm not on the phone call. So maybe it is true, but you should be questioning the information that you hear based off what is out there right now. Those are my thoughts on that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, very well stated. And I actually had the same question to myself when I asked, well, they're negotiating, and there's nothing wrong with negotiating or renegotiating. The question I would have is, what are you guys negotiating about? Because nothing necessarily changed from the first time you negotiated before to now, unless you're incorporating the streaming numbers that BLK Prime did with Terrence Crawford, meaning that those numbers were favorable to Terrence Crawford. And if those numbers were favorable to Terrence Crawford, then I can see him saying, hey, originally I agreed to the 35%, but I had X amount of, streams from the fight that I did with David Evanesian. And because of that, I want an increase of the purse split from, let's say, 35% to 40% or 45% or 50% or whatever he's asking for. I don't know if anything changed. So my question
Let me ask you this, though, Marty.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because this is where you're the expert, right? So there should be updated numbers, right, associated with the David Evanesian fight. How is it that two boxers are going to validate those numbers between those two individuals without the involvement of BLK Prime and the PBC, right? Because I'm pretty sure those numbers, if they're updated relative to Terrence Crawford and his performance against David Evanesian, he has to have someone from his team or someone from BLK Prime show proof that he delivered X amount of number in pay-per-view buys. And Errol Spence's, in my opinion, would not be sophisticated enough to validate those numbers. So my assumption would be they would need to be routed through the PBC in order to validate those numbers. So even that feels like a remote shot to me between just the two fighters. So your question is,
There was a small glitch. Say that. What was your question again, Greg?
So my question is, in your opinion, because I really didn't state a question, but in your opinion, would you think that that is possible, considering the fact that BOK Prime would have to be the one that would provide the numbers in terms of the pay-per-view buy rates, and PBC would probably be the ones or someone on their team validating those numbers in order to say, okay, the split needs to change. Two boxers are not going to get on the phone and renegotiate a split based off of Terrence Crawford's performance against David Avanesian, in my opinion, because they need someone there, third parties validating, providing those numbers and validating those numbers. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And basically that's what's going to have to happen, because Crawford can say, hey, I did 400,000 pay-per-view buys. I deserve a 50% split if I fight you, Spence. And Spence can say, oh, all right, well, I need verification on that. You know, you got to show me some evidence on that. But here's the part that people keep forgetting, and we're going to air fry on this later this evening. Fighters cannot listen, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew. Please hear me good. You've been misinformed, but this is why we have the Manager Marty channel, to educate you from a perspective of someone who's actively involved in this business for some years now. Fighters cannot and should not negotiate and or compete in any fights or for any fights unless they go through their representation.
Marty, Marty, I'm not even in the business of boxing. I've said that multiple times, and I get so much pushback. So I'm so appreciative of you making that comment.
Well, you know what? I'm going to give everybody a gift. Now, this gift I'm going to give you, you're not going to hear this on other people's channels, but I'm going to give it to you because we have someone on the thumbnail. We have someone's name in the title, and you just heard his voice before Greg came on, that keeps embellishing stories and inflating his image like he's actively in the business. But I know that Blue Blood Sports TV do not know what I'm about to share with everybody. And even if somebody get upset with me, meaning someone in the business, I'm okay with it because I'm standing on truth. Let's use the hypothetical that a fighter is signed in an agreement with a promoter or a manager, particularly a manager, right? And they go behind the manager's back and try to negotiate a fight. Guess what happens if that fight is produced? Guess what the manager had the authorization to do if that manager has a legitimate contract with that fighter, with that commission, and that fighter competes without the consent and or knowledge of his or her manager. Guess what the manager can do? Impound the purse of that fighter. Let me say that again. Impound the purse of that fighter. So let's just hypothetically say fighter A negotiates with fighter B. Fighter A and B agree to terms privately without the manager's knowledge and consent. Fighter A is signed to a manager. Let's say fighter B isn't. And they both agree to terms to fight on a card. Once the manager of fighter A is alerted, aware, or realizes that fighter A is competing without his or her knowledge and or consent, the manager have the authority to make a phone call if he or her the manager found out after the bout was already fought, if they already fought already, or go to the fight physically or send a representative to the fight while fighter A is there, and go right up to the commission with the documentation and say, this fighter has fought on this card without my consent, without my knowledge, and I have a contractual agreement with this fighter, guess what the commission is going to do? No problem. The fighter A was supposed to get paid. I'm just using this as an example. Fighter A was supposed to get paid $5,000. When the fighter gets out of the ring to compete, fighter A will not receive that $5,000 check. I can assure you of that. Not right there on the spot, and it ain't gonna happen. Do you want to know why? Because the manager is entitled to the contractual percentage based on the agreement that fighter A had with the manager. Could be 10%, could be 20%, could be 30%, could be 33 and a third, but nothing more than that. That's the maximum. My point is that a fighter can't compete without the manager getting the manager's compensation, because the manager has to invest monies throughout the career of this particular fighter. And he or she, as a manager, is entitled at the bare minimum to recoup their initial investment. This is why it takes a long time for fighters to go through the ranking system and the process of contending for a world title, because that's when managers really benefit from the labor, from the work, from getting out of the red and getting in the green, as far as meaningful purses to first and foremost recoup their initial investment and then make a profit. You understand what I mean, Greg?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
So even if it is true that Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford are communicating, negotiating, talking on the phone privately, they still will have to go through management. Why? Because Al Heyman is the manager and or advisor of Errol Spence Jr. So when I hear people that do not understand the business say, "Oh man, he don't call the shots over there. Al Heyman tell him what to do. He works for Al Heyman. Spence is just an employee. That's why he got to fight whenever Al Heyman says." No, it's just good business etiquette. Why have representation and you're not going to use them? That makes absolutely no sense.
Not only that, you understand this economic principle that you gain more efficiency by having people who are specialists at a specific task. So if you're sitting up here, you hire these people because they're experts. There's no way that you can understand in detail, in an expert level of detail, all these different topics, right? So you surround yourself with a good team and allow that team to go out and execute for you. And to me, it's idiotic not to do that, because you're setting yourself up for failure, because there's no way that you can understand all of the intricacies of contracts and business and all of that. It's too much. You pick a lane and you stick with that lane.
That is correct. And so this is why Spence told Bob Arum years ago, when he was standing in front of Bob Arum, most of us have seen this on YouTube, when he was standing in front of Terrence Crawford, he said, "Bob, you know what you're going to have to do. Call Al. You said you didn't know Al Heyman, Bob. That's what you said. But call Al Heyman and we can get this thing done." That's what he said. Now, if it wasn't true of what I'm saying, then why did Terrence Bud Crawford say he contacted Al Heyman directly on Instagram Live? Remember, he said that. I talked to Al Heyman directly. If it wasn't true what I was saying, he wouldn't need to talk to Al Heyman directly. He could just go through Errol Spence and they can go ahead and shake hands and get a fight going on. But that's not
the other thing is, no, I was going to throw this out there very quickly. The other thing is this: on that Instagram Live, he said repeatedly that Errol Spence is not a boss. He's a boss. Terrence Crawford's a boss, but Errol Spence is not one. He's not at the table. So if that's the case, why are you trying to communicate directly with Errol Spence in order to negotiate a fight? These are the things that are complete disconnects between what he is saying and what his team is putting out there as a narrative. And that is the issue that I always had with Terrence Crawford. I don't have a personal issue with Terrence Crawford. I don't know Terrence Crawford, but I see Terrence Crawford as a person that loves to try to control a narrative. And that's always been one of my challenges with him.
Yeah, I agree. I agree because if you try to control a narrative, what happens is you fall into a pit of trying to continue to keep a narrative going. And then when someone looks and says, oh, that's a contradiction. Now you got to keep switching the narrative over and over. You got to keep recycling the narrative.
Exactly.
And that's why it's good to just be honest. And if you don't know something, just say, I don't know. Don't act like you know something that you don't. Don't demean somebody, you know, in Bud's case by saying Spencer's not a boss. Instead of insulting the guy, why don't you talk about things that you're going to do different if you get an opportunity to renegotiate? And instead of PC try to quote you in the long run, why not just say, look, it didn't. Hopefully we can really get a renegotiation going on after I fight David Ebenezer, and we're still going to keep it intact as far as integrity. Because one of the things that I'm going to teach viewers this evening is that protocol in this business is extremely important. You can never go over the head of a manager or a promoter thinking that you as a fighter or you as a representative or you as another promoter is going to actually get away with doing underhanded, sneaky stuff when a fighter has an obligation or an agreement with a network, a promoter, and or a manager. It's not good business, period.
Exactly.
And so speaking of that, that helped me segue into Jerron Boots Ennis versus Terrence Crawford. Now, we've been hearing the interview that Bozy did, Boots' dad. I don't even know who the author of the interview was that Bozy did the interview with. I know that I was sent the clip that I played in the beginning of this broadcast where Blue Blood Sports TV, he basically gave, his truth or his perception or perspective of what actually happened behind the scenes with the negotiation process with Terrence Crawford and Boots Ennis, or their teams, meaning Bozy representing Boots, Steven Espinosa representing Showtime on behalf of Boots. And then you had BLK Prime involved, and that's how Blue Blood Sports TV felt the need to basically come out and say, because Bozy let the cat out the bag, now he can speak on it. What's your take on it? I know you did a video, you and Jason, earlier this week. What's your take on that whole thing, man?
Yeah, so it's interesting, man. So I feel like people, they love to take a sliver out of something that they hear and create their own narrative. And one of the things that Jason and I try to do, and I know that you try to do on your channel, is lay out all the facts and then try to triangulate the information. And if you cannot, you point out the inconsistencies or the things that you feel that do not make sense. So the first thing for me was Terrence Crawford is not signed with BLK Prime. Why would Terrence Crawford feel the need to go through BLK Prime in order to make a Jerron Boots Ennis fight when we know that Jerron Boots Ennis, now from my understanding, I thought he was signed with Showtime. Now I'm hearing information that Bozy confirmed that they are not actually signed, but they're loyal to them. But as far as Terrence Crawford knew, he was signed to Showtime. Why wouldn't you go directly to Steven Espinosa if you have desire to make that fight? There's no reason to go through BLK Prime. So that part I cannot understand or triangulate. And then the other part for me that was interesting is in January, we knew that Terrence Crawford had a mandatory coming up, regardless of if the WBO had mandated it at that time or not. We knew it was coming because he had not defended his title against a mandatory since I believe it was November 2021 against Sean Porter. So that was coming. So knowing this information, and I believe that was part of the reason why he was at Golden Boy's office, knowing this information, why would Terrence Crawford try to negotiate a fight with Jaron Ennis as his next fight, understanding that the WBO is not going to allow him to circumvent his mandatory unless he is trying to go for the undisputed welterweight championship? So those things do not triangulate. So my assumption, and this is a guess, guys, but I'm trying to make sense of it. My guess is the idea came from BOK Prime, Desmond Gums and team. Maybe it did come from Blue Blood. I have no idea. Blue Blood seems to really want a lot of credit for, initiating this. So if he did it, kudos to you, my friend. But it did not spawn from Terrence Crawford. And I think they set up that meeting and they had an hour conversation with Steven Espinosa.
How long you say they had it? Oh, I'm sorry, Greg. I wanted to make sure.
I heard it was an hour meeting with Steven Espinosa.
Yeah, I heard that too.
BOK
I want to make
Prime.
sure we clear. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had an hour conversation. My guess is Steven Espinosa looked at this situation and said one of two things. Either these guys are some characters and don't know what they're doing, or why am I simply sitting up here and talking with these individuals who do not represent Terrence Crawford? I can go directly to Terrence Crawford. Now, YSM, I'm not sure if he was 100% confirming this or not, because his wording was a little unclear exactly. But from my understanding, based on what he said, Steven Espinosa then reached out directly to Terrence Crawford. And I believe Blue Blood confirmed this, but I don't really listen to his content, so I'm not 100% sure. But he reached out to Terrence Crawford and understood very quickly that Terrence Crawford, that was not his priority, Boots Ennis. And then they moved on. But I think Terrence Crawford fans grabbed onto this because they know that most feel that Terrence Crawford really doesn't want to smoke with the elite of the elite in the division. And so they grabbed onto this in order to paint a narrative that Terrence Crawford is out here trying to make these fights. And when you think about it, maybe even Terrence Crawford is involved in this because, again, recently Rocha was announced. There was some criticism. Even the most hardened Terrence Crawford fan does not like that fight. And now you hear all this information leaking that Terrence Crawford wants Errol Spence. He's trying to negotiate that fight. He tried to initiate negotiation with Jaron Ennis now. To me, it feels like it's a ploy to, control the damage that's out there that will, and the additional damage that will be out there when he eventually steps into the ring with Alexis Rocha. So those are my thoughts on it, Marty. What are your thoughts? I'm curious.
I agree. My thoughts is congruent with yours. Before I give all of my thoughts, I want to acknowledge YSM Sports Media. Salute to you, my guy. I seen him in the chat. Welcome, YSM. Always good to have you on the chat, brother. World Combat Sports. I see you also in the chat. Always good to have you on the show as well, in the chat, and even on the platform as a panelist. You all, if you haven't subscribed to WCS channel and YSM Sports Media, please, I'm telling y'all, those guys do a wonderful job with their content. Please go subscribe to their channel. And let me tell you something. I see YSM. I'm gonna put this up so everybody else can see it that's watching us live.
I saw that too.
And it's gonna watch the replay of this live so that we all can be on the same page. YSM Sports Media says Espinosa reached out to Bud Crawford after talking to BLK. And as we all know, YSM Sports Media is very, very highly credible in the YouTube boxing community. So he's not just saying that just to say that. I know he likes to stay neutral, as he should, but I'm going to be the one to step up and say YSM Sports Media always speak facts. And what he just said on the screen just now was also all facts. And we're going to dive.
Marty,
Yeah, go ahead. Speak on it, brother.
I want to address the YSM comment, and then I also want to address someone in the chat. But YSM, great dude, had the opportunity to talk to him, was so open in sharing his knowledge. So I want to say thank you publicly to him very appreciative of him just being in the game. So much love to him. Go out and subscribe to his channel, because I make videos off of the stuff that he's doing. So appreciate you, bro. And then the other thing that I want to quickly address is Rahman Suleiman. Like this, he's on my channel as well. And it's interesting. Now, in everything that I said, Marty, he has the comment, except this happened before Rocha was announced. Again, in my comment, I specifically said we all knew that he had a mandatory coming, regardless of Rocha. It was coming. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he already knew Rocha was coming. But let's scratch that. Even before Rocha was announced, we knew that the mandatory was coming. So why try to make a fight with Jaron Ennis when you know you got a mandatory coming up in the first half of the year? So this is where the delusion comes in with the Terrence Crawford fan. He literally dismissed everything that I said, every fact that I said, and still ran with the same narrative. It's amazing.
And that's the thing. And this is why we have great channels on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew that provide accurate information. It's not about how you feel. It's not about what you believe your fighter that is your favorite fighter is doing or not doing. It's about content that's being published and produced from reputable YouTubers and content creators who know the truth and who have no issue with speaking the truth. And if we don't know something, we'll just say we don't know, and then we conduct research by doing our due diligence. All right. Exactly. So I know that you all might have a preference for Crawford. You might have a preference for even Spence. The bottom line is YSM Sports Media basically gave us everything that occurred on his live on Monday night. He gave it to us from both sides. He remained neutral. So the truth is out there. And then Blue Blood Sports TV, he came out with his part, which was mostly similar to what YSM Sports Media said. So the bottom line is, listen, once we get information and it's true, we have to report it, and then we have to believe it. And as I always say on my channel, Greg, when you hear truth, my returning viewers and subscribers know what I'm about to say. When you hear truth, you know it is truth, because all of us that are human, we have a conscience. We have this thing called discernment. Now we have to grow and learn how to cultivate the discernment to be able to rightly divide what is right, wrong, true, and false. But we still have that mechanism in all of us that when we hear something that's true, might not like it, might not even agree with it. But when we walk away after we hear the truth, we know it's true. And when you hear a lie, it might sound like the truth, but somewhere down the line, you will see and hear inconsistencies of the lie to be able to use your discernment to say, that's false. And so you have good content creators producing truth on our channels. And all I ask you all to do is just believe it. You don't have to agree with it. Because what happens with truth, and I said this to YSM Sports Media before, when you hear truth, you must make a decision to accept it, because it holds you accountable to do and say something different that lines up with the truth that you've been made aware of. So I agree, incongruent with what you said, Greg, is that basically I agree with Blue Blood said. He said it the best. And I played the clip of him saying this right in the beginning of this broadcast, where he said he personally was asked. He didn't say it was by Desmond or by Zab, but he said he was asked. And if he did say that, I don't remember him saying if he said the name of the person, but basically a representative and executive from BLK Prime asked him, if we are able to get Terrence Crawford on our platform, who do you think he should fight? And Blue Blood Sports TV says, well, I think he should fight Boots. Boots is well deserving of it. And so somewhere down the line, they both had a conversation on how to get in contact with Bozy. To my understanding, Blue Blood already had that contact information of Bozy, so he called Bozy on the phone. Bozy said, "I'll call you back. I'm handling something." Bozy must have forgot, or he didn't call him back. So Desmond goes to Blue Blood and say, "Blue Blood, did you talk to Bozy yet?" He said, "Well, he said he was going to call me back. Let me call him back." And I believe it was 10 o'clock at night, according to what Blue Blood said. Bozy answered the phone. They had a conversation. They, meaning Blue Blood Sports TV. This is all Blue Blood talking. This is not Manager Marty. Right. This is what we just heard Blue Blood say. Him, Zab Judah, Desmond Gums, and Bozy was all on the phone together. And they were pressing Bozy, asking him about the particulars of his business relationship and agreement with Showtime and Steven Espinoza. Bozy, being as wise as he is, being as experienced as he is, being as smart as he is, and he used his discernment, he said, "I am not going to disclose the particulars of a business relationship or any agreements that I have or my son have with Steven Espinoza and Showtime. I am not going to do that, and it's not good business etiquette to even ask me, but I'm definitely not going to do it." So, with that being said, Bozy said, "I will contact Steven Espinoza myself because we want the fight with Crawford. If y'all able to produce that in a heartbeat," Bozy said, "in a heartbeat, we'll take that fight." So Bozy made contact with Steven Espinoza. According to Blue Blood, Bozy came back to Blue Blood and said, Steven Espinoza's in the movie theater or whatnot with his wife. When he gets back, in contact with me, I'll have him reach out to you guys. Somehow, some way, I believe the next day, according to Blue Blood, they made contact. Steven Espinoza made contact with BLK Prime. And they only had, like you said, they only had a 1-hour conversation, according to Blue Blood Sports TV. And according to what YSM Sports Media just told us, that right after Steven Espinoza got off the phone with BLK Prime, he called Terrence Bud Crawford directly. We don't know the particulars of that dialogue, but whatever it was, apparently we didn't see Crawford fight Boots. So these are the facts that we're dealing with as of what happened.
Exactly. And if you notice with YSM, and this is one of the things that I pointed out, and this is just based off of how he worded things. So YSM, I know you in the chat, please correct me, but it felt like, based off what you said, that it was coming from the BLK side that Terrence Crawford wanted to fight, not necessarily information that you got from Terrence Crawford's camp or anything like that. So that's why, as I triangulate things, I'm like, man, it makes more sense to me that this was more so something that was initiated by BLK Prime in hopes of getting Terrence Crawford back on the platform. And then at the point in which they had conversations, it didn't go anywhere with Steven Espinoza, and he decided to reach directly out to Terrence Crawford. Now, why would he do that if he didn't think, if he felt like, okay, Terrence Crawford was initiating this, or BLK Prime is the representative? Why would he then reach out directly to Terrence Crawford? For what? Those are the questions that I ask myself, and I'm like, it doesn't, if Terrence Crawford if he's empowered BLK Prime or Blue Blood or whoever to represent him, then why does Steven Espinoza feel the need to go directly to Crawford? I just feel like something is off there that I don't know exactly what it is. I can speculate, and I have speculated, but it doesn't make sense to me. So people who are trying to run with this narrative that Terrence Crawford is just trying to make the fight, and Jerron Ennis didn't want to fight. There's nothing that and you know me, Marty. I don't mind being critical of somebody if I feel the need to be critical of them.
Yeah.
There's nothing that I've seen from the Ennis camp, and that's Bozy and Jerron Ennis, in what they say or their body language that would suggest to me that they would duck smoke from Terrence Crawford. Nothing. So I do not believe that there is a situation here where the Ennis team does not want to fight Terrence Crawford. I do not believe that. And nobody can convince me of that other than Bozy or Jerron getting on camera and telling me that they don't want to fight, period.
And we know that's not going to happen because Bozy and Boots, they definitely do want that fight.
I believe that.
And they've been clamoring for a top contender and even a champion in the division for a while now. So we know that they definitely want the fight. Now I'm hearing that in the chat, people were saying that, which I believe with the same thing that you said, Greg, that BLK Prime, based on what Blue Blood Sports TV said himself, BLK Prime initiated that thought process and even all of the action subsequently following getting the Boots fight.
Yep.
So, and let me say this. I spoke to Bozy Sunday night. I spoke to him on the phone. I called him directly because I didn't understand what everybody was saying about. People were saying, "Oh, Boots duck Crawford." I'm like, "What they talking about? Oh, Boots duck Crawford and this and that." And I was like, "Okay, so something happened, that I'm not aware of." And I spoke to Bozy, and everything he said in the interview, he told me. And the only reason I spoke to Bozy on the phone is because my schedule would not allow me to go to the gym, because I always go to the gym every now and then to basically say what's up to Bozy and Boots and Coach L and them guys. You know what I mean? They good guys. YSM Sports Media says BLK side said Crawford wanted the fight if Spence wasn't available.
Gotcha.
But
that's basically what I'm saying.
But Spence wasn't available, right? He was supposed to fight Thurman, according to what we've been hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So that means he wasn't available. So the question becomes, what happened? I can tell you what I think happened, and that's going to be a part of the air frying very soon.
There you go.
So I don't want to hold you too long, Greg, because I don't want you to be a part of a scandal that somebody's going to say it was a setup for Greg to come. I don't want you to be involved. I want you to remain neutral and be an innocent bystander, because those questions that you ask are basically the same questions that I have. And hopefully we get some answers from Blue Blood Sports TV himself.
Well, Marty, I appreciate you inviting me on your platform to have this conversation. It is always good to chop it up with you. As I told YSM, I will be in that area very, very soon. I plan to make a trip up there, and we're going to all chop it up, go out and have some dinners and drinks, and have us a good old time. You guys in the chat, appreciate you guys. I saw a lot of love in the chat. Appreciate that as well. Jason and I are always doing our thing. Go subscribe to AM Sports Media. And that's it, man. Appreciate you, bro.
You got it, man. Salute to you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for giving us your perspective. Salute to you. Tell Jason, we salute him as well. And I look forward to, you guys, continuously putting that great content out full of truth and full of substance. And you already know when you come in my town, brother, I'm going to set it all up for you guys. YSM too. We're going to look out for you. Y'all going to be good. We're going to have a good time, man. Looking forward to it.
All right, man. Deuces, man. Talk to y'all later.
Peace. All right, now that was my man Greg from AM Sports Media. Once again, you all go subscribe to him and Jason's channel. Good guy. And now, this segues me into what we need to talk about this evening, because, we have questions and we need answers. I want to go from the top of how we got here tonight to answer Don's question and to answer anyone in the chat who has a question about why are we here tonight Why is Blue Blood Sports TV name in the title? Why is his image on my thumbnail again? And what happened? And so we're going to dive right into it. Before we do, I encourage you all to please like this video right now. You can do it right now. You don't have to wait. I also encourage someone, if you may, to please how do y'all say it? Restart the chat. Refresh the super chat. There it is. Refresh the super chat, please. If somebody can do that, you already know that your contribution here on this channel, no matter how small, medium, or large it is extremely, extremely appreciated. And I thank you all so much. I see that the numbers have been a little bit stagnant of the viewership. So as the numbers begin to grow exponentially, we're going to get right into the air frying session that you all came here to see and hear. And you're going to learn a thing or two about the business of boxing, because as you all know, I always use things that's happening in boxing as a teachable moment. And tonight will not be an exception to that rule. Thank you again, Mr. Pragmatic, for your contribution and refreshing the chat. My guy, my day oneer, long-time subscriber from the beginning. His support has always been true, and he's always made contributions to this channel. And that's my guy, Mr. Carl Brown. Thank you, Mr. Carl Brown. And he says, love and respect, my brother. Thank you so much, Carl Brown. I really, really appreciate that. LT, I see you as well. Thank you for your contribution. You didn't say a comment, but I'm trying to still put it up on the screen here so you can be acknowledged as well. Thank you so much, LT, for your contribution to the channel. Now, let's start this from the beginning of the ending. And I say the beginning of the ending because, as you all know at this point, the ending was supposed to have been completed on Everything Boxing's channel back on, I believe, January the 27th, when Everything Boxing sent me the link to join his panel. And once he sent me the link to join the panel, I was on the panel. Monty Brown TV was also on the panel. And there were some things that Everything Boxing, you all know him as Keon. Keon. So when I say Keon, I'm referring to Everything Boxing for all of you that do not know. Keon from Everything Boxing wanted to address a few things. He wanted to address a few things to Blue Blood Sports TV. And what he wanted to address was the fact that Blue Blood used a tactic to be able to see Keon's content, and then immediately following seeing Keon's content, he goes and he counteracts what Keon said in his content intentionally. He also wanted to expose the fact that Blue Blood Sports TV have not been honest, or he has been saying things that were not true, in particular of the fact that Blue Blood Sports TV said that he talked directly on the phone to Terrence Bud Crawford's lawyer. Everything Boxing, Keon, he played the audio of Blue Blood Sports TV saying that Terrence Bud Crawford's lawyer told him, I believe what the percentage was that he was offered from PBC and Errol Spence. Blue Blood Sports TV, before he joined, Blue Blood Sports TV heard me speak on something in particular. Okay. Before I continue the story of the ending to get to the beginning of where we are tonight, I want to acknowledge Derek Keels. Thank you for your contribution to this channel, man. Thank you for this feedback. And I want to read Derek's comment. Always enjoy the in-depth professional perspective on boxing. I come from a boxing family based in Philly. Your channel is refreshing. Thank you so much, Derek. I appreciate that, my brother. And salute to your family here in my hometown of Philly. And I look forward to your viewership moving forward on this channel so that you can continue to get quality content with substance. Because let me rephrase this, or let me repeat it rather. I keep saying this and I'm going to say it again. If one person learns at least one thing from this channel, I'm satisfied. I don't do this for the likes. I don't do this for the looks. I do this for the licks. You dig? Salute to Tony. Thank you, Tony, for your contribution in the Cash App. Now, let me continue with the story. Now, what did I say before Blue Blood Sports TV got onto the channel? He asked Keon from Everything Boxing on January the 27th now to send him the link. And so before he was sent the link, or before he knew that he was going to be sent the link, he heard what I said. And I said what I said because Blue Blood Sports TV said what he said. Now, the question is, what did Blue Blood Sports TV say? Let me tell you what he said. He didn't say it on January the 27th. I don't know exactly when he said it, but Everything Boxing, Keon, he played an audio, and I don't know when the audio was recorded. I don't know when they were on a panel together, but that was the same time that Blue Blood said that he talked on the phone directly to Terrence Bud Crawford's lawyer, and he played that audio. But Blue Blood Sports TV basically stated, I was trying to find it before I came on, but I was running late. But Blue Blood Sports TV said that he is the one. It was him that helped produce David Evanesian as an option for Terrence Bud Crawford to fight. He looked through the rankings. His words, not mine. He acted as a matchmaker. He's the one that searched the ranking system. He's the one that reached out to different fighters. He's the one that put the plan in motion for David Evanesian to come to America to fight Terrence Crawford. He's the one that tried to get Boots to fight, but he said it was hard to get the fight within 6 weeks, or get an agreement to fight Crawford within 6 weeks. Of course, Virgil Ortiz and Stenionis was not an option. Of course, he said that Keith Thurman would have been an option, but Keith Thurman wanted $7 to $10 million. This is what he basically was saying. He was giving, Monty Brown TV was there also. He was giving Monty Brown TV. He was giving Keon Everything Boxing and their viewership and the audience that was there on that previous live before January 27th, the impression that he was a matchmaker, that he basically matchmake fights. That's the impression that he was giving. And so because he was giving that impression, I wanted to make sure that we all were clear on the process of actually matchmaking in this business. Matchmaking is not something where anybody off the street can just come on in and just start matchmaking. There is a certain process that every matchmaker have to go through. And one of those processes is being certified and licensed, and going through the application process, and going through the background check process, and all of the preliminaries and prerequisites involved to become a legitimate matchmaker in this business. And then, of course, one of the great things that will help you as a matchmaker, once you do well enough in this business and, break your bones in the business, right, is being hired exclusively by a promoter or multiple promoters. So I was setting the tone because the way that Blue Blood Sports TV was presenting himself on the live where he told everything boxing, Monty Brown and whoever else was there before January 27th, was that he was the matchmaker. Basically, it was all on him. Everybody had to go through him to get these fights. BLK Prime is the one who go through him. But let me clarify things. And I want to clarify it with an audio of what I said in response to what Blue Blood Sports TV said on Everything Boxing's channel on January the 27th.
Blue Blood Sports TV does not have a license to matchmake. That's number one. So I know he's lying about that. Number two, he said that they had to convince Crawford. When I know that's a lie, because Neil Marsh said himself that Terrence Bud Crawford and Top Rank, when Terrence Crawford was still with Top Rank a few years ago, reached out to Neil Marsh to fight David Evanesian way before he fought the Russian guy, Mean Machine. I think that's his name. And that's on my channel as well. So Blue Blood Sports TV is not in the back office. He's not doing no negotiations with nobody. He's not matchmaking. He doesn't have any credentials to matchmake any fight. And I'll tell you what, even if he did matchmake that Crawford David Evanesian card, it was a terrible card. But I want to share something with you all. If you look at the tactics of BLK Prime to show you what their inexperience is. You look at the tactics, and this is not me hating on them. I'm just showing you what their behavior patterns are. David Evanesian was scheduled to fight another fighter. He was pulled off the card to fight on their platform. Now watch how they used that same blueprint that backfired on them twice. They did the same thing with Ivan Redcatch, who had a situation where he was already being promoted by someone that's not a part of BLK Prime, and they did not want to pay the percentage that the promoter was asking for to release the services of his client for Ivan Redcatch to fight on the card. Now watch this. That backfired. They went to go get Hank Lundy. Now remember, Hank Lundy was scheduled to fight February the 4th. He already had a fight scheduled as the main event over there in California. You see, and they pulled him off the card. You see, these are the tactics of bad business. And I'm not hating on them. This is what their practices was, and they thought the same thing that was going to happen with David Evanesian. Manager made it happen to pull him off the card, but it backfired on him twice. That's facts.
So y'all heard everything I said. I stand on everything I said then, and I'm gonna stand on it right now. Now, somebody in the chat said that Blue Blood never said that somebody had to go through him. My point is that he gave the impression then on January 27th, he gave the impression before that in a live broadcast that I was not present on. And he also gave an impression recently, basically, that BLK Prime went through him to ask about the next fight for Crawford. And he said, boots. And if you go back and listen, I was trying to be a little bit more prepared, but trust me, if I have to, I will roll the tape again. But my point is that he said, I'm the one that set up the call. That's what he said. I'm the one that set up the call to get David Evanesian to fight Crawford. He also said that y'all just heard me say that Crawford had to be convinced. They convinced Terrence Crawford to fight David Evanesian. In other words, is he didn't want to fight David Evanesian, but they convinced him to fight David Evanesian. These are all responsibilities of a matchmaker. Salute to Matthew Thomas. Thank you for your contribution, Matthew. Matthew says, Manager Marty, what it do? Let the learning begin. Thank you for your support and your feedback, Matthew. And you already know the learning shall begin. And so I wanted to point something out because I think people are starting to miss the whole point of this. The whole point of it is the principle that I said in the second video that I did on Blue Blood Sports TV. And that principle is very simple. And I'm going to say it now, and then we're going to move forward. If you humble yourself, you will be exalted. But if you exalt yourself, you will be humbled. So if you lower yourself, right, then you will be lifted up high. But if you lift yourself up high, you're going to come crashing down and be humble. I gave that principle to Blue Blood then, and I'm going to give it to him again this evening. So that's the beginning of the ending. That was supposed to be the end, because on January the 27th, that same segment, after Blue Blood Sports TV came on to the segment, I asked Blue Blood Sports TV directly. Keon from Everything Boxing is my witness, and so is Monty Brown TV is my witness, and all of you who go back on Everything Boxing's channel on January 27th, when that live was produced, heard me ask Blue Blood, are you a matchmaker? Do you matchmake fights? And Blue Blood told me, no, I'm sorry. I asked him, do you have a license? That's the first question I asked him. Do you have a license to matchmake fights? I don't even know if Blue Blood knew he needed one. But if he didn't know, he learned that evening that you do need a license to matchmake fights. In any event, Blue Blood said he advised. He's an advisor to matchmakers. That's what he said. And he said it again on his live the other night. And I want to say this loud and clear. Matchmakers don't have advisors in this business. Now, if he just say that Desmond or Zab or whoever else over there at BOK Prime is asking for his opinion, then say that. Just say they asked for my opinion, and I thought that this person would be a good fighter. But when you start talking like you all the way up here, like we all know Blue Blood Sports TV does, and you really not all the way up there, nor have you made any transaction in this business, people that's really in the business start looking at you sideways. Now, the people that don't understand the business, don't know about the matchmaking process, don't know about the fact that matchmakers don't have advisors, they're going to believe you, and then they're going to keep running with a narrative. Okay? So in response to what y'all just heard me say, that's when he came in to the live, and he basically talked about him advising matchmakers. You know, in other words, is before he got on a live and encountered me, he was spinning it to Everything Boxing and Monty Brown and whoever else was on that panel before January 27th, in the same live that Keon from Everything Boxing showed Blue Blood Sports TV that he lied and said that he talked directly with Terrence Bud Crawford's lawyer. In that same live, he was spinning it to them. Basically, yo, I went through all the ranking systems, and he broke it down. I went through the ranking systems. I saw that Virgil Ortiz and Stanionis had this going on. Boots couldn't do it because he was with Showtime and 6 weeks out, and he was giving all of the things that matchmakers say and do. And so I said that he needs a license to matchmake. That was a true fact, and I'm standing on that. Now, how did we get here? Because that same January 27th live that I was on Everything Boxing's live, it filtered into my live when I opened my broadcast, and most of you that's in this chat was there when I had Rachel Donier come on and I interviewed her. And she's in the thumbnail. So if you didn't see that, you can go right back into my published content. You'll see Rachel Donier's face, an image in the thumbnail. Her name is big as day. Okay. And so it fed over into my live. And I didn't want to hold the people that were waiting at 6:30 for me to do a live to still be waiting until after me and Blue Blood Sports TV was having a dialogue, because that was the only time I was able to talk to him. And we had a conversation, and it was supposed to be over. At least that's what I thought. I thought it was supposed to be over. Okay? But it wasn't over. It wasn't over because what started it back up? Well, the truth of the matter is this. Blue Blood Sports TV were sending direct shots at me and indirect shots at me by using subliminals in his recent video when he was talking about his role in Boots fighting Crawford. And y'all heard him on Sunday night when he did the video that I just played. He didn't say it then. He waited till he said it in his live. And you do not have to take my word for it, because I need people in the chat right now to type my famous 3 words that I always say. And y'all know what I'm about to do, but I want to make sure that we are on the same page here. So if you know my slogan that I've made popular on YouTube, please type the 3 words in the chat. Salute to Poor Counter Boxing. He says, I was there. What up, D-Town? So Poor Counter Boxing was there, and I didn't even know that, Poor Counter. Thank you for that. Poor Counter was there. And so you know, Poor Counter Boxing, you know that I will not lie. Thank you, A, to Harko, for your contribution to this channel. And A to Harko says, Manager Marty, keep the truth coming. Absolutely. You already know. Thank you again for your support, man. So I need somebody to come on in the chat now. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yup, I see you now. Y'all don't have to take my word for it, for the indirect shots that Blue Blood start throwing at me. I didn't say nothing about the guy. Didn't say nothing about him. And I want to point this out because somebody, I believe the name is Tracy J, and some of y'all that's in this chat, remember this. This was either 2 Fridays ago or 2 Tuesdays nights ago. Said Blue Blood is more powerful in the sport of boxing than you. Y'all remember that? Some of y'all in the chat, do y'all remember Tracy J paying $2 or $5 or whatever like that to say that? Y'all remember that, right? And what did I say in response? I didn't disrespect Blue Blood Sports TV. You know what I said? If Blue Blood Sports TV is more powerful than me and he holds more weight in the sport than me, kudos to that man. Thank you, Mr. Pragmatic. That was 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much. I said kudos to the guy. I think you should go on his channel and give him credit for it. That's what I told Tracy J. Go on his channel and give him credit for it. Instead of discrediting me to give him credit, go on his channel and give him the credit for being big time in the sport. No problem. I didn't say nothing about the guy. Everybody knows that he was throwing shots at me indirectly. I've been getting phone calls, text messages, emails, and clips recently that he was doing it, but I've seen at least 5 people in the chat use my famous slogan, and I'm exactly going to do just that, and that is roll the tape. So let's hear what Blue Blood said, and he kept making this reference over and over, but we know he was talking. You know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Hey, I still think I'll be lying. Blue don't have no receipts. Blue can't matchmake. He don't have a license. Blue don't know nobody. He don't talk to nobody. Now, they made videos, whole videos saying I was lying. New Jersey, Motorsport Sports was good. Didn't they make whole videos? Wasn't there a whole video? So I don't even have a license, so I can't matchmake because I don't have a license. Never said I was a matchmaker. But I told y'all, and guess who was the one who made all the phone calls? Uh-oh. Not nobody else making videos with me in their titles. Me. The ones that told you I be lying and capping about stuff. Blue be capping. I don't think so. I don't make up stories, people. As I told you guys, I don't have time to make up stories. Crypto George. Uh-oh. Amari Young was good. Blue didn't help with the Terrence Crawford David Avanesian fight. Sure I did. Tommy B was good. Sure I did. And it just bothered me for a long time. Like, if you see, right? You can see. Oh, Blue don't have no license to matchmake. Not a matchmaker. I just say I think X, Y, and Z should have it. So let me give y'all a now Cincinnati Fins fan. What's good? Now, whether the fight comes to fruition or not, my part and what I told you was all truth. As I told you before. Kevin Alcine, what's good? As I told you before, I ain't these dudes that making up stories that don't have no connects. They making up stories. I'm not making up stories to y'all. As I told you before, I ain't got time to sit here and make up no stories to y'all.
Y'all heard what he said? So all of you in the chat that's still throwing shots at me, right? Let me ask you a question. Who do you think he was talking about when he said that? Okay, you're not going to answer? Then I'm going to ask you this question. Who else besides Manager Marty that said anything about matchmaking and having a proper license to be able to legitimately matchmake? Who else said that before me? Because most of y'all didn't even know that you needed a license to matchmake. And most people don't even know what a matchmaker does. So who was he referencing over and over again? Thank you so much, Edward Valentine 3. Edward Valentine III. Thank you for your cash app and your contribution. Appreciate it. So who was Blue Blood Sports TV talking about? Who was he talking about? Somebody said Fanon. He wasn't talking about Fanon. Who I just showed y'all the clip before that on January 27th, where I'm the one that asked him, does he have a license to match me? So why use that opportunity to throw an indirect shot at Manager Marty, like I don't know what I'm talking about, just to prove, like he said, who's the one that put the call in with Boots and Bozy? Me, that's who, me, I did. Okay. Exalting himself. You don't have to discredit Manager Marty because I asked you, did you have a manager, a matchmaker's license? You don't have to discredit me just to give credit to yourself. If you have a matchmaker's license, good. That's what's up. I congratulate you, but don't discredit me. Don't keep throwing shots at me because it was supposed to have been over. This whole thing was supposed to have been over, right? Okay. I'm gonna play something else for y'all. Since Don asked why we here tonight. Y'all might ask, well, what did he do now? Everybody know that matchmaker reference was directed to me. And everybody know I know what goes on in this business on all levels. And the only reason why the matchmaker, who I was going to get to come on my platform, because the matchmaker, this is before this happened with Blue Blood. I was trying to get the matchmaker to come on, that I've done business with several times on this channel, to be able to give us education on the responsibilities of matchmakers, right? In an interview. But the matchmaker had a family illness. So that's what prevented that from happening. And I have the receipts to prove that was our dialogue. But I wanted to play something else. And I'm going to make sure I find it, because this is extremely, extremely important. Because if I can't find it, I'll just tell you verbatim what I said. Everybody know he was talking about me. Everybody knows that. You know, and I know everybody want to sit here and, you know, act like, you know, oh no, he wasn't talking about you. Yeah, everybody know he was talking about me. So we're going to turn up a little bit. Lucky McKenna, thank you for your contribution again. Lucky says, Myrna Air Fighter 400 blood. Yeah. Yeah. See, he keeps starting this. I didn't say nothing about the guy. He keeps starting it. It's not me. He keep making references that he's big time. That nobody else have contacts and connections but him. Okay, you got connections. You can talk to Bob Arum at 1 o'clock in the morning. I heard him say that on his channel. Okay. That's great. But my question is, what transactions did you make in the business yet? Because the last time I checked, you know what? I was going to play what I said to him, but y'all going to have to do your research, because I don't want to break the continuity of this. I'll repeat what I said to him on January 27th. Now, my question is this. What's the issue here? We settled that on January 27th. And let me tell you how I settled it with Blue Blood. Go back on Everything Boxing's channel if y'all don't believe me. Or y'all can go on my live. It's in my published content. Because you know why? It bled over and it fed through my live when I was actually on the phone on Keon's live, and I still had this camera rolling. Most of you in the chat, I see you. Y'all were there. And you know what I told Blue Blood? I was trying to play it for y'all, but I got so many different screenshots. I'm trying to make sure it's the right one. And I don't want to break continuity in this live. But I'm going to try to find it, because I want y'all to hear me say it. I told Blue Blood these exact words. I said, I'll make a deal with you. If you don't throw no shots at me, if you don't sneak diss me, if you don't insult me by calling me Eminem Stan, if you don't throw shots at me on your channel, I promise you, I won't make another video about you. But if you sneak diss me, insult me, indirectly throw a shot at me, I'm going to spin the block on you again. And I'm telling you to your face as a man. Those were my exact words. Those are my exact words. And y'all can go to my live once again, where it had Rachel Donier's picture and name in the thumbnail on my channel. Or you can go to Everything Boxing's channel and you'll see it there. He had a 4-hour live that evening. I said those words to Blue Blood, and I meant what I said, because he's throwing shots directly at me, trying to disprove and discredit me. And I'm a type of person where I've learned in life not to try to figure out the why when people do stuff, because it ain't important. I don't figure out the why. Why that person doing that? Why that person keep trying to cyberbully me? Why that person always trying to show everybody that he's above me? Why? I don't care. I ask how. How do I make adjustments to that? Because everybody on YouTube know at this point, I'm really a manager in this business. We know this. So I have some questions for Blue Blood Sports TV now. And then we're going to continue to turn it up. We'll be done soon. I'll be done because, you know, you don't have to air fry things too long. But I got a couple questions for Blue Blood Sports TV. Before I ask the question to Blue Blood Sports TV, I want to play y'all something that he said, because this is equally as important. Okay. Let me here it go right here. Yep. Oh, dang, let me hold up. Make sure I got it in here now. See, this is what I was talking about. Trying to be more prepared. Maybe this is it. Let's play this real quick. This is what Blue Blood said. Let's play this. Don't take my word for it. Y'all know what that means, right? Roll the tape.
Edwin Sanchez, brother in Super Chat, dropping that Cinco on your boy Blue. He said they don't want brothers to eat any color fighters, but let a dude from overseas come. They get all the fights people we never heard about. Agreed.
Did y'all hear that? It was only about 15 seconds. I have to play that again. I got a question about that. Let's hear Blue Blood Sports TV read that super chat again. Listen.
Edwin Sanchez, brother in Super Chat, dropping that Cinco on your boy Blue. He said they don't want brothers to eat any color fighters, but let a dude from overseas come. They get all the fights people we never heard about. Agreed.
Y'all heard Blue Blood Sports TV? He said agreed. He agreed with that person that sent him the super chat, that asked the question, why is it that they always giving the colored fighters, the black fighters, a cold shoulder and not allowing the black fighter to get the opportunity to make the bag and get the best money, the biggest dollars in this sport? But they will allow another fighter from another country come over to America, right? And do what? Make the best money. Having more preference over a black fighter. Y'all heard that, right? Did y'all hear what Blue Blood response was? He said, agreed. He agreed with that person. So I have a question for Blue Blood Sports TV and anybody in the chat or anybody in the comments section watching the replay of this live. If that's so true that you agreed with that subscriber or viewer regarding black fighters not getting the best opportunities and the biggest paydays, and then people from overseas come over here to America and get the best opportunities and the biggest paydays, having more preference than black fighters, Blue Blood, I got a question. Why was you advocating for David Evanesian? David Evanesian ain't black, and you advocated for David Evanesian to fight Terrence Bud Crawford on Black Prime. Why'd you do that? If you said you agree that they, I know you're talking about the powers that be, but they always allow fighters from overseas to come to America, get the biggest opportunities and the best pay over the black fighters, why would you advocate for David Evanesian to get taken off of a card that he was already scheduled to compete on November 19th to come overseas and get the best opportunity and the biggest payday of his career when he fought Terrence Crawford? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I know that's right. I know that's right. Salute to you, Cornell. Thank you for your contribution and your support and feedback to this channel. He says, roll the tape. Keep cooking them, bro. Sure am. Thank you so much, Cornell. Appreciate that. That's my question. Question number 2, Mr. Blue Blood Sports TV. How come you said PBC is not consistent? PBC not consistent, Showtime not consistent. How come you said that, Blue Blood Sports TV? Just a question. Anybody in the chat know? Well, let's hear Blue Blood Sports TV actually say that, because we need answers. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Right? Because I asked him right now, Jalen, how many? And he said he don't know. You follow what I'm saying, Queen? Yeah, the PBC put on excellent fights. I think their stable is deeper than anybody. They can afford to do that. I think they do put on excellent fights. The problem is consistency.
The problem is PBC, yeah, they put on good fights. They got a large stable. They put on good fights. But they're inconsistent. Blue Blood Sports TV, you said that last month. That's where that excerpt came from. So I have a question for you. What's your rebuttal to Showtime producing their fight schedule, and basically 90% of everybody that was on that Showtime card from January, starting with Boots and Tank Davis, all the way to June 24th, 6 months worth of fights? Since you say they're not consistent, how come the schedule came out a month after you said that? And that's the most consistent promotion we've seen thus far this year. They put out a 6-month schedule. What's your rebuttal to that, Blue Blood Sports TV? We need answers. Blue Blood Sports TV said, I don't make up stories. Remember in that first clip? Well, the clip I just played before that, when he said, I don't make up stories. Blue Blood Sports TV, you made up a story on me. You forgot? When you said that I flagged your channel? See, that was on January the 27th when I addressed that to him, when Fanon came on the panel of Everything Boxing, for some of y'all that forgot. You said you don't make up stories. You made up a story on me, Mr. Blue Blood. You said I flagged your channel. And when I pressed you on it, Blue Blood Sports TV, you said, you know what you did. I told you to show the receipts on that, bro. That I flagged your channel. You know I didn't flag your channel. And people that's viewing this live right now know I didn't flag your channel, because they was here on January 27th when I was adamant about that. You knew I didn't do that. You made up a story on me. And you still haven't acknowledged that you lied on me and made that story up on me and my credibility. And you still didn't apologize, bro. But I'm not expecting you to apologize, Blue Blood, because you have an integrity flaw. And that's your personal business, bro. But I told you about the phone booth. Bro. You ain't got to throw no indirect shots at me. I ain't did nothing to you. Let's move right along, because now the fire going to keep getting hot. Blue Blood, I got another question for you, sir. You said that the only reason why you're speaking on this matter between Boots and Crawford is because Bosey came out first. Yeah, you said Bosey came out first and spoke on it. So now, because Bosey came out first and spoke on it, now it gives you the right. It gives you the authority. It gives you the opportunity to speak on it because, quote unquote, the cat is out the bag. I got a question on that. Since you said Bosey spoke on it first, and now you can speak on it because Bosey let the cat out the bag. Well, Adrian Broner let the cat out the bag when he said he's no longer dealing with BLK Prime because y'all didn't produce the way he needed y'all to produce. Y'all messed up the business relationship with y'all and Broner. After he put that out on social media and you saw everybody on YouTube speaking on it, why didn't we hear nothing from you yet? Mr. Advisor to the matchmakers. When Bozy came out and said something, you said that gave you the opportunity to speak on something. Well, Broner came out. He spoke on BLK Prime and the fact that the business relationship didn't work. You ain't rendered a verdict on that yet. In fact, we recall seeing Broner on your channel. We seen him on your channel. Remember that? When you had him on there with Hank Lundy? You remember that? Remember when you had Broner on there by himself interviewing him? You remember that, Blue Blood? Well, why didn't you have him on there after he let the cat out the bag about his business dealings with y'all over there at BLK Prime? We need answers. Since you were the advisor to the matchmakers, we need you to give us some advising on that, sir. Okay. You're not going to speak on that? Another question for you. Before I ask the question, though, I want to play something that you said, Mr. Blue Blood Sports TV. Because first you said it was the politics of boxing. You know that's your favorite line, Blue Blood. It's the business of boxing. It's the politics of boxing. It's the business of boxing is why we ain't getting these fights. Oh, my God, it's the business of boxing. That's what you always say, Mr. Blue Blood. Shout out to Marty EOL. Thank you for your contribution and your feedback to the channel. He's one of my other day oneers. Thank you, Marty. Appreciate you. Yeah, Mr. Blue Blood. When you were asked the question, what happened with the Boots and Crawford negotiations? You was asked that. You spoke on that, remember? And you said, oh, I don't even know what happened. I can't speak on it. The logistics that they were discussing, I can't speak on the logistics. Whatever that means, Blue Blood. But you said it. I'm not privy to speak on it. I'm not at liberty to speak on it. I'm just paraphrasing, y'all. I'm not at liberty to speak because it's not my place. You probably wasn't on the phone anyway. Let's keep it 100. Zab and Desmond probably was on the phone with Steven Espinosa. You probably wasn't on the phone with him. But even if you was, you said it ain't your place to say it publicly of what happened. But let's hear what you said actually happened on your live Sunday night. Because that's not what you said in the live. You actually blamed Steven Espinosa. That's what you did, Blue Blood. You blamed Steve. Yeah, he did. See, y'all didn't even pick that up. I thought you said it was for other reasons that you couldn't speak of. You said you ain't privy to speak on it. That's what you said in the beginning of that live. Oh, but almost an hour later, we found out that you actually let the cat out the bag and spoke on it anyway. Let's hear what Blue Blood had to say when he basically said it was Steven. You know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Stop. So they thought EJ was the easier route? No, I think that De La Vote was good. I think that I think that Steven Espinosa want to keep it in house. I don't know. I think that would be the reason. I know Bozy and Boots clearly wanted it. Hey, Patterson, Brother Powell's good.
You just said earlier when you first started the live, Blue Blood, oh, I can't speak on it. It's not my place. All the logistics. But then an hour later, you blame it with Steven Espinosa. Oh, man, I know what happened. Steven Espinosa just wanted to keep everything in-house. That's why the fight didn't happen with Boots and Crawford. That's what we just heard you say, Blue Blood. Interesting. Many Face Publishing, salute. Thank you for your contribution to this channel. And you said you doing way too much talking. Roll the tape. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your feedback and your support to this channel. Yeah. We need answers, Blue Blood. And I want to say this, Blue Blood, don't go on your live when I'm done now. Don't go on the live when I'm done and throw no more shots. If you want to throw shots at me, I'm okay with it. But what I'm saying is, before you throw shots at me, answer all of the questions first that I asked you, because we need answers. Don't go on there acting like you know victim now. Don't go on there talking about, oh, it's Eminem Stan, Waterboy. I told y'all he hating on me. Don't do that. I want you to answer the questions that I asked you first. Then you go ahead and do whatever you want. Okay? I noticed something about you, Blue Blood. You said me, I. It's all about you, bro. With self-inflated image. When you did the first video and then you did the live, you didn't make this about Boots. You didn't make this about Bozy. You didn't make this about BLK Prime, nor did you make this about Crawford. You made this about you. That's why you kept bringing up what Manager Marty said about the license. Because why would you bring that up? No one asked you. Bozy never said your name. He said BLK Prime called me. He didn't say your name. So you really didn't even have to render a verdict. You really didn't have to say anything. But you had to be the one to put yourself all the way up here to say, I told y'all I don't need no license to match make. I'm an advisor. I told y'all Manager Marty don't know what he's talking about. I don't need none of those credentials. It's all about me. That's why you said, guess who put the call in, y'all? Me. When it was time to talk to Bozy about Boots, guess who they asked? Guess who Desmond and them asked about it? They asked me. Who do I think Crawford should fight? It was me. And then what did I do? I called Bozy. It's not about you, bro. You made all of this about you. Humble yourself, and then you will be exalted. But if you keep exalting yourself, you will be humble. That's what you can learn from this live tonight. But I'm not teaching you nothing, Blue Blood, because you're too arrogant, bro. You're too prideful, bro. And all you had to do was figure out a way to get in contact with Manager Marty and humbly ask me for my expertise, bro. And I would have helped you. But you keep throwing all these shots at me, bro. Because you know I know what I'm talking about. Now, I got a question. I got another question for you, Mr. Blue Blood. You said that I heard you. They was on the phone with Steven Espinosa. So that means you wasn't even on the phone. So that means that you're getting all your information through hearsay. And I'm not saying the sources that you get your information from are not credible. What I'm saying is all this reporting you be doing is based on hearsay. Everything you do on your channel is based on a conversation that you had with somebody else. Remember, I told you, Blue Blood, on January 27th, the difference between you and I is that you talk about actions and reactions, and I talk about transactions. Remember I told you that? Well, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying now. You keep talking about actions of what this person in the boxing world said, reactions from what this person in the boxing world says. I talk about transactions, business transactions. You talk more about PBC fighters than you do getting fighters for BLK Prime, bro. But you do all of this talking about PBC fighters when we still waiting on information that only you can produce since you with BLK Prime. Like, for example, you did a video on your channel talking about how Rick Glace and everybody talked about Tank Davis only doing 60,000 pay-per-view buys, right? And then when it was time for you to report the pay-per-view numbers that Terrence Bud Crawford did with David Ebenezer, you basically got your reference and source from a website that's not even credible when you posted 120,000 buys. We need answers. What are the actual pay-per-view numbers, Mr. Advisor to the matchmaker? Yeah, I'm talking about the pay-per-view numbers from Terrence Bud Crawford and David Ebenezer. What's the real numbers, bro? This not a shot at BLK Prime. This not a shot at Desmond. This not a shot at Zab. I'm asking Blue Blood Sports TV himself. What were the numbers, bro? We still waiting to hear the real actual numbers. Why? Because if you can report on everybody else's numbers that ain't got nothing to do with BLK Prime, then everybody else should hold you accountable to produce the numbers on the platform that you work for. And we still don't know what position you hold at BLK Prime, but you called it a partnership, so we're just going to leave it at that. You called it a partnership, and that's cool. Ain't nobody hating on you for that, but stop acting like you actually making executive decisions over there, because we know that you're not. We not from 63rd Salute. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. Says everything he put out, he claimed to be the source of. That's facts. That's facts. Salute. Again, Mini Face Publishing, thank you for your contribution to the channel. Says, I stopped watching the brother after Crawford run down on him, and all of a sudden the BLK Prime stuff and his switch from Spence to Crawford, he lost credibility to me and how he disrespect viewers. You hear that, Blue Blood? This is not Manager Marty saying this now. This is not a paid advertisement, Blue Blood. The person that just said that on this channel, you see it right on the screen, Blue Blood Sports TV, and whoever else run back over there and tell him, you disrespect your viewers, bro. And I told you that your blessings come through how you treat people. I told you that on the phone, bro. Now the people saying this, it's not me. See, you keep making this all about you. And so if you're going to put yourself out there, Blue Blood Sports TV, to make everything about you, your source, you are the source, you this and that, then you got to be prepared for what's happening here. Okay? Another question, Mr. Blue Blood Sports TV. Since you blamed it on Steven Espinosa of why the deal didn't happen between Boots and Crawford, why was Bozy so skeptical? Because you said that Bozy himself said that he was a little skeptical. He didn't trust communicating with you all without the representation of the people that he made an agreement with. Remember that? You said that? You said, I'm vouching for Bozy. Basically, yeah, I agree. Bozy did tell us that he really was uncomfortable. Why was Bozy uncomfortable? Y'all were just having a regular conversation, right? What will make Mr. Bozy uncomfortable? Why was he so skeptical of doing a deal with y'all? You want to know why? Because y'all line of questioning. Now, let me reframe that. Because Mr. Blue Blood, you said this. You said that you yourself asked Mr. Bozy, we just want to know, what's your situation like over there at Showtime? Yeah, we want to know, is it short term? Is it long term? What's the deal over there with y'all at Showtime? Do you have a contract with them? What's all of that about? You said that you asked him that in the preliminary conversation with Bozy. And then when he got on the phone with Desmond and Zab and you said they asked him too. This is your words, Blue Blood. So my question to you, Mr. Advisor to the matchmakers, what gave you the business instinct to ask Bozy that question? Because if you know anything about business etiquette, you shouldn't even ask that man that question. But I just want to know. We need answers. What business instincts did you have to think that it was comfortable enough to ask Mr. Bozy about an agreement he got with a network? My question to you. It don't matter, Larry Lopez. I see you in the chat. I'm gonna put it up here now because that you segue me into my next point, Mr. Larry Lopez. Bozy said they not signed to Showtime. Did you hear what Bozy said though in that interview? He said that he made an agreement with Steven Espinosa and Showtime, and he's going to honor that agreement. Remember, Bozy said that there was a 3-fight deal agreement that him and Steven Espinosa made an agreement on, that he is going to make sure that that Boots fight on a network, and they would exchange, take care of them and pay them and do righteousness by them. That's what Mr. Bozy said. So it doesn't matter if he didn't have an actual contract. He had an agreement, and the agreement was for being fulfilled. Now, how do we know that agreement was being fulfilled? Because if it wasn't being fulfilled, Blue Blood Sports TV or nobody else over at BLK Prime would have even asked the question about Showtime in the first place. So in other words, they already naturally assumed that there was an agreement in place. Why? Because they know Boots was fighting on the network of Showtime several times on multiple occasions. We not from 63rd, thanks for your contribution again, says, didn't BLK owners file for bankruptcy 12 times? That's what the public records say. But I'm not here to speak on that, because that's not what this live is about. This air fry is about the guy over there who's the advisor to matchmaking or matchmakers who haven't made a business transaction yet, but blame every little thing that happens on the business and politics of boxing. Contras 1980, thank you for your contribution to the channel, says, I'm not a fan of Blue's ego. His boxing, quote-unquote, knowledge gives him an inflated sense of self. Didn't I just say inflated self-image? Didn't I just? Anyway, he is extremely biased in his coverage. I stopped watching him after Fury Wilder 3. Keep doing your thing, Marty. Lead a new way. You heard that, Blue? This is not a paid subscriber now. This is not a paid advertisement. This is coming directly from the people. So even if you don't listen to Manager Marty, listen to the people. Listen to them. You had somebody say already that you disrespect your viewers. You had another person say they're not a fan of your ego and that you have an inflated sense of yourself. And this is what I'm trying to piggyback on. Bruh, nobody asked you to do a video on this. Nobody had to know that you were the one that called Bozy. What difference did it make? The fight never happened in the first place. So you getting all of this credit, or you want to get all of this credit because you made a phone call to the Bozy and the fight still didn't happen, and then you blamed it on Steven Espinosa. After you said there was some logistics that I can't even discuss. It's not my place. Which one is it, bruh? And I have another question for you, Mr. Blue Blood. How long did you say that the conversation lasted between Steven Espinosa and BLK Prime? You said 1 hour. That's what you said. I heard you. You said the conversation lasted 1 hour. Wow. So basically, Steven Espinosa gets on the phone with BLK Prime. They're on a phone for 1 hour. And the fight didn't happen because Espinosa just wanted to keep the fight in-house. So if he wanted to keep the fight in-house, Blue Blood Sports TV, let me ask you a question. Why did he pick up the phone and call Bud Crawford directly after he hung up with BLK Prime? Let me ask it again. If Steven Espinosa wanted to keep the fight in-house like you just said, why would he hang up with BLK Prime and then call Bud Crawford directly on the phone to make the fight or negotiate or at least get his understanding of him fighting Boots? We need answers. We need answers. You advise the matchmakers, right? So it should be easier for you to advise us with these answers. Blue Blood, don't go on your live. Don't no more shots at me now. Answer the questions that I asked you first. Okay, we need answers now. We need answers. Okay. Now, I have some more questions for you, Mr. Blue Blood Sports TV. How come, since you're doing all this advocating for Crawford, oh, Crawford can fight David Evanesian. That was my idea. Oh, Crawford can fight Boots. That was my idea. You doing all this advocating for Crawford. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. How come you can't get an interview with Crawford, bro? How come Crawford didn't come on your channel yet? Better yet, how come when you was in Nebraska, you know, on that card, your first card that y'all put together with Crawford and Ebenezer, you had access to go in the dressing room. You had access to go in the back. You had access to be behind the scenes. Why didn't you get no content from Crawford then? He was in his hometown, so you could have met up with him the week of the fight. As soon as you flew in, you could have met up with him. You know, as soon as like when I flew into Atlanta. When I flew in Atlanta, me and Greg was already in the busting a move. You could have did that with Crawford. I'm just asking the questions. We need answers, though. You know Bud Crawford probably won't even answer your call. Now, that I might be speculating. But I'm just saying, you doing all this advocating for the guy. Least he can do is get you an interview. You know what I mean? At least he can, throw you a bone, put your name out there. I mean, he did put Boxing Ego's name out there. He put Fanon's name out there. He could have threw you a nice little bone. Oh, shout out to my boy, Blue Blood Sports TV. I'm just saying, these are questions. We need answers, bro. You doing all this throwing shots at me. I'm not mad. It's just, but we need answers, though, man. We need answers. That's all we want is answers to these questions that I'm asking you. You could have went right in the locker room, shook that man hand like, yo, I know you're going to do good. You're going to knock the ball out. I'm the one that set this thing up for you. I'm the one that set it up for you. Can I get a little interview in exchange? Oh, you got the interview at 7-Eleven, they said. Oh, that's what happened. That's what Lindell just said. You got the interview at 7-Eleven. Maybe you did. I don't know. But my thing is produce the content. You producing content on PBC fighters. You producing content on Haney and everybody else. So produce the content that you got on Bud, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's all we saying. We need answers, bro. You threw shots at me again for what? Because you want to prove that you know more than me or that you have contacts and that you... okay. Cool. I have a question, though. I got a question. If you knew, since you're advisor to matchmaking, if you knew that Boots and Bozy was with Showtime before you called Bozy, Why didn't you call Boots manager or promoter? Why didn't you call Steven first? You could have called the representation first, is my point. Since you're the advisor to the matchmakers and you're a businessman, you're supposed to call a representation. How you go behind the representation back to call Bozy? Even though Bozy might be the manager and trainer, my point is you didn't do your due diligence first and set the foundation to close the deal out before you talk to Bozy. And that's why Bozy felt some type of way, like, whoa, y'all want me to come do business with y'all without my representation? To renege on an agreement that I have with Showtime? I don't have to give you all the logistics of my business dealings with them, but y'all know I'm with Showtime. Y'all knew that before y'all called me. I'm not trying to speak for Bozy. I'm just saying that that's an understandable attitude for him to have. Right? Okay. So if you knew that they had representation or an agreement with Showtime before y'all called them, what you throw Boots' name in the hat for anyway in the first place, Mr. Advisor to the matchmaker? Why? We need answers. We need answers, bro. We need answers, man. Why? Is it because y'all poured David Evanesian out on his car and it worked when he had a fight scheduled? Is it because, and he had an agreement that he already made to fight on November 19th? They had the whole card stacked, by the way. Is it because you tried to do that same thing? Mr. Advisor to the matchmaker. See, this ain't got nothing to do with Des or Zab. I'm asking you, since you the advisor to matchmaking. These questions are for you. Since you said, who put this thing together with David Evanesian? Me. Okay, so now I'm asking you. You knew David Evanesian was scheduled to fight on November 19th. You said it on Keon's channel. Everything Boxing. You said that. So you knew that. Why would you even advocate for him to come on a platform if you already know that he's signed, sealed, and delivered with an agreement? If you advisor to the matchmaker now, Mr. Advisor, if you knew Ivan Redcatch was in a promotional agreement already, why would you reach out to him to fight on BLK Prime's card? Or did you not know that? Either way, that was bad business etiquette, bro. Since you're the advisor of matchmaking, I got another question for you. You saw that Hank Lundy was scheduled to fight on February the 4th. So why did you oblige his phone call and try to get him off the card? It don't matter if he was injured or not. That ain't none of your business. You knew well enough, advisor of the matchmaker, because that's what matchmakers do. They do their homework and due diligence first. But anyway, advisor, you knew he was already on record, on box record at least, to fight on February the 4th. So why even oblige him to be on the card if he possibly have a promotional agreement with somebody else? So what that tells me is, Mr. Advisor, the matchmaker, that you ran the same play with Crawford. It did work, though, with him and Evanesian. But you try to run that play again with Ivan Redcatch, and it backfired. You tried to run the same play again with Hank Lundy. It backfired. And then you turn right around and try to run that same play again with Bozy and Boots. And it backfired on you again. Mr. Advisor to matchmaking, you haven't been very successful thus far in your attempts as the advisor to matchmaking. We need answers. Now, what I'm trying to do now, hold on for 1 second, y'all. We're gonna get it in now. Cause I can tell that the fire is so hot. And somebody else, I can tell, I see what's going on now. Oh, yes, I see what's happening now. Yeah, somebody else want to get an invite. I see what's going on now. Come on, y'all, get the likes up. Salute to all the females in the chat. Thank you for supporting the sport of boxing. And thank you for always conducting yourselves, women, so respectfully. Thank y'all, women, so much. Because you got some men who be so emotional. Thank you, Omega Red. Omega always pointed out, be so emotional, disrespectful in the chat for no reason. You know what I mean? So hold on, y'all. Let me do this here. Yes. Let me do something right here. Yes. So they're the questions they're the questions that I have, y'all. And we need answers, man. We don't need nobody to come back and try to throw no more shots and all this and try to defend what I said. And no. You had opportunity to do that. We need answers to the questions. That's what we need answers, because you're the advisor now. You're the advisor of the matchmaker now. You're not a YouTuber no more, remember? Yeah, you involved in the business now. So now we can ask you from an expert standpoint now. Yeah. We need your expertise, Mr. Advisor, since you don't need no license. You don't need no credentials. You don't need none of that. Now we need you to give us these answers so we can be educated. You know, the Manager Marty channel is based on education now. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, D. Murray, I know you're a supporter of Blue Blood. I always see you in the chat, sweetheart. I think you're a female. But if you're a male, either way, male or female, I don't want to get your gender messed up. But you asking questions, you didn't support the channel. You've been on YouTube long enough. You know how this thing go. I have no problem answering your question now, but you got to support the channel. If you want it highlighted, if you want me to recognize it, I just recognize your name because I seen you before. You donated before. Okay. Yes. Yeah, y'all see what I just did in the chat, right? Oh, okay. We got Carl Brown here about to come on. Carl, I'm gonna give you a few minutes because I want to leave it open a little bit because I know somebody else want to come on and say something either to me or about me, and I want to give them the opportunity or whatever you want to say when you come on Manager Marty's channel. All we ask for is respect. That's all we ask for. Yeah, I don't mind opening the stream up for anybody. But this is my guy, Carl Brown. I'm gonna give you a few minutes. What's going on, Carl? Speak on it, brother. How you tonight, man?
What's good, Manager Marty? You already, man. Mr. Roll the Tape. What's good, bro? No, I'm just stopping there. You know what I mean? Like, if you got somebody that you about to debate, I'll step off, or I'll just sit back in the cut. You know?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't prepared for a debate, but you one of my day oneers, brother. I'm always open the platform for you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, definitely, always, man. Like, I'm here, man, all the time, man. Like I told you before, you know, I'll be over there on Blue Blood too. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing bad to say about it, but I do respect what you're saying. You know what I mean? A lot of people, they do a lot of stirring up, bro. And I'm saying this because I fucked with you. And I ain't gonna front. I told Blue Blood the same old thing I'm gonna say to you. Like, I wrote in there and I said, guys that going back and forth, like doing this little stirring up thing, you know what I mean? Like, them the guys motherfuckers need to get rid of. You know what I mean? Because we all grown men. And the same way you speaking about it is how it's supposed to be handled. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
you speaking on your facts. You speaking on what you, and it's not like you just speaking on it and not showing no evidence. You speaking on it, you showing evidence, and you know what I mean. But you got some people that's gonna call it fake because this is what they call my loyal. Oh, I'm loyal to blue. You could be loyal to blue, but at the end of the day, real is real and fake is fake. You know what I mean? You can't just sit right there and let me go back and tell Blue. Let me go back and tell Blue what you said, and then not the fact that you're going back telling him what you said, going back telling him what you said and put a little twist on it. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
But
yeah. And you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still talking, brother. No, speak on it.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just basically saying, you know, it's all about everybody, you know, sharing their truth, right? So,
right.
So when I say members of the jury, when I say that, I'm basically talking about the court of public opinion.
Right, right.
So when I say members of the jury, I'm referring to the court of public opinion. And then when I say roll the tape film crew members, I'm talking about the subscribers to my channel. You see? So, you know, everybody, huh?
I said they know, but they're going to play like they don't know.
Yeah, some people want to act like they don't know what's going on. And the thing is, we got to keep it all the way. Carl Brown, you know how I am, brother. I'm talking, but I got to show my face, man. I try to be authentic, man. Look, we got to keep it all the way up. No, you ain't got to show your face. You keep your camera off. I just got to show mine, man, when I talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Because I like being authentic, man. You know, we got to we got to keep this thing on truth. Now, I told Blue Blood on January 27th, if he don't say nothing else about me, sneak diss me, call me names, insult me, and all this, I promise you, I ain't gonna say nothing bad about the guy or put him in my thumbnail.
I was there that night.
You was there, right?
I was there that night. I remember.
And I kept my word.
Your exact words. You don't sneak diss me. You don't call me out my name. You don't talk bad about me. And I promise you, you would never hear me say nothing about you. I was there. I was there.
Facts. And then I also told him, but if you sneak diss me, bro,
exactly.
I'ma spin the block on you again.
Yeah, I remember.
So
look, some people, my bad. Some people will look at it. Some people will look at the fact I'm on your live right now. You feel me? I'm on your live. Like I've been here from the time you first started this up. I'm on your live right now. Even if I'm going over there, I don't got no problem getting content or listening to. Sometimes I even go on channels. Like I said, I be knowing that they whole platform sometimes be a whole big lie, but sometimes you just gotta soak it in. Like, damn, like this how far they taking it. Remember we were talking about the other night?
Yeah.
Like how far they willing to take it. So sometimes I go even on some of the channels that I know that they lying, but I don't stay for long. But Blue Blood, I've been there for a long time. The thing that get me is that, like I said, I was telling him before, man, because I was about to say some shit, man. But look, the thing that be getting me is that how the people be in the chat and they keep going on. Because sometimes here we want to talk about you, but some dudes be coming up and they just keep going on and on and on and on about Manager Marty. Not all the time, but you know, like, but when they start talking about you, oh man, and I'll be like, kick them out. You know what I mean? Kick them out. You know what I mean? But some people don't want to do all that because they like that attention too. Like I'm not a fan of a person being a yes man. We all grown men. I'm not a fan of a person being a yes man. And I be seeing a lot of yes man. It's not just his channel, but just off the fact that we on that topic. You know what I mean? I'm telling you what's going on, like what I be seeing. So I say the same old thing that I said to him, that I say to you. If you see that, if somebody can come over, Blue Blood said it, look, and there ain't no shade to nobody in the chat, but just real is real, is fake is fake. You know what I mean? Like we can do without a couple, because there's only a couple of them that keep running back and forth. You know what I mean? We could do without a couple. So that's fake. That's what's going to fix everything. Everybody know the truth. Like I ain't since I've been following you, since I've been on here with you. I ain't never hear you tell me. I ain't never hear you lie about nothing, bro. Real talk. I never heard you lie, and that's my motto right there. I like messing with the truth. I like dealing with people that speak on the truth. So even before you even made your what's called, you seen where I was following you with YSM.
Yes, you was.
I remember when you first and you said YSM, the one that told you. I remember, yeah, you told YSM told you, yo, Manager Marty, you should make yourself a channel. Remember?
Yep. That's facts. And I appreciate your support being here for day one. Let me get this super chat real quick. Student 7 Teacher, salute. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. Student 7 Teacher says, I support you and Blue Blood. You both have great content. I would like to know your top 10 pound for pound list. Well, I really don't have a top 10 pound for pound list. I do have favorites. It's probably more than 10 fighters. But hey, I don't know what's going on with Carl Brown.
Oh, I'm here. You hear me? My bad. Hold up. You hear me?
Oh, I can hear you much better now.
Yeah, I had my Bluetooth on, so I had to go take it off.
Oh, I feel you, bro. But no, I was just reading this super chat, and here's the thing, I don't have a pound for pound list. I do have a lot of fighters that's like my favorites, like all time. But I don't have a pound for pound list or top 10. That was a good question from a Student 7 Teacher. I wanted to acknowledge Diana. She always supported the channel as well. She always says something that makes a lot of. She always says things that make sense in the presence of men on this channel. So I wanted to salute her. And she said, Marty, I think she's saying, Marty, you've never been disrespectful. That I do admire. I appreciate that, Diana. No, I ain't gonna disrespect nobody. I try not to,
go a long way.
Yeah, I try not to, I try not to get too animated when I feel like I'm disrespected. You know what I mean? Because I try to stay calm, especially under pressure. But we got to deal with what's real. And on this channel, we deal with what's real. Everybody in here knows that Blue Blood Sports TV for the last several days have been sneak dissing me again, throwing shots at me, trying to make himself bigger than what he is. And I told him, if you don't do that to me, brother, I'm not going to say anything about you or none of that. So it's like, dude, we got to be men about this thing. You know what I mean?
And you gave him a fair warning. It's not like you went on your channel and said, and then made a video and said, Blue Blood, if you don't, you told him, and he heard you say it. That's the crazy part. And a lot of people, a lot of people wasn't there that night, so they don't even know, even if they got a concept of how you said it in your head, they don't know how. I was there, so I seen how you said it in a respectful way, in a meaningful way that a grown man will understand. But a lot of people wasn't there, so you gotta expect a lot of them that's so-called looking over this point, looking over what you said. They just yes men. That's all I can say. They just yes men.
Yeah, I respect that.
You know what I mean?
I respect that, man. I respect your views. It's all good if you support Blue Blood and me. Everybody have their own perspective, and every channel should be respected when it comes to boxing. But I don't take it personal when people undermine me or, try to act like I don't know what I'm talking about or asking me about my fighters and things. I don't mind. You know what I mean? But my thing is, as long as we respectful to each other, everything is going to be cool. Any last words real quick, Carl, before I let you go, man?
No, man, like I said, I'm always here, man. I'm always going to be here. Real recognize real. Real is real. Fake is fake. Just let them guys do what they're going to do. You keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? The truth always going to reveal itself,
Got you. Appreciate it, man. Thanks again for your support, brother. And I look forward to seeing you in the chat, man.
You already.
All right, you got it. I got my guy here, Paul Counter Boxing. What's going on, Paul Counter?
What's happening,
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Your phone sound like it's going in and out, man.
What's happening, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it still sound a little staticky.
Hold on, maybe I got to cut YouTube. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's still a little staticky, but I can hear you much better though.
Well, man, you know what I'm saying? When I see you on YSL, I knew it was going to be different, bro. I knew you was going to be, you know what I'm saying? You was going to add another stream of knowledge.
Full counter. It's still staticky. Can you try to get somewhere else real quick? I would love to have you on, brother.
Let me see. Let's see.
Yeah, it's real choppy.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear that you're coherent, but I can't make out your words. It's just choppy. All right, that was Paul Counter Boxing. We're gonna try to see what's good with him. Come on. Let me read what's your name. You put the what's the name back in the y'all know what I'm trying to say. Put the link back in the chat while he come back in real quick. Shout out to Low Williams. I seen you in the chat, sweetheart. I ain't want to forget you. I seen you. I appreciate it. I saw the message. Low Williams, I seen you. Yep. All right, that's Sean T. All right, hold on, Sean T. Let me do this real quick, Sean T. All right. Give me 1 second, Sean T. Let me do this real quick, Sean T. I want to make sure we, you know what I mean? Hold on. Let me make sure we do this real quick so that Paul Counter can get it out, another opportunity to come back on. Okay. Hey, I'm having fun this evening, y'all. Did you learn anything? At least, did y'all learn anything? I know the viewership is slowly decreasing, and that's okay. But did y'all learn anything that you didn't know about the sport of boxing? Because a lot of people keep talking about the business of boxing. You know, it's politics and all this bad stuff, but they still in it. If you feel like the sport is so bad and so evil, why you keep benefiting off of it, feeding your family off of it, and having a YouTube channel and making money and reporting on it if it's that bad? I'm just asking the question. That's all I'm saying. Chat, you see, link back in the chat. Okay, we're going to add Sean T on. Sean T, I'm not sure if we ever met each other, brother, but how you doing this evening, man?
Man, I'm good. How about yourself, my brother?
I'm doing wonderful, sir.
Yeah. You know, I'm one of your day one followers, man. I've been watching you since you've been on, like when my man YSM was interviewing you and things like that.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, I just really want to touch down on this situation with the blue blood thing. So, like, personally, I stopped rocking with him. It was even before the altercation with yourself. My thing is, I think people need to realize if they want to be a journalist or if they want to be a promoter, because it seems as if like it's a conflict of interest. And me personally, like the problem I had is how can you report on the negotiations with Crawford and Spence when you know that you're doing business with BLK Prime trying to intervene with that fight, you know? And when it comes down to like the new YouTubers like yourself and my man D-Town Boxing and K-Po and the rest of you guys who are doing great work, sometimes I feel like some of these older guys who's been in the game a little bit, they feel a little intimidated when it's enough room for everyone, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree that it's enough room for everybody to spread our perspective. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I appreciate you being a day one. I saw your name a lot of times, but it's like two Sean T's and a Sean P. So I didn't know which Sean T this was. But,
okay. Yeah, this Sean T from the Shy. You know what I mean?
okay.
Yes, sir. But I'll say it like this. A lot of people are new to boxing. I actually saw you over there on the channel with Tim Witherspoon one night, and Tim Witherspoon, one of my favorite boxers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, as well as like my favorite trainer of all time is Georgie Benton. Like a lot of people don't know who Georgie Benton is, but if they think about Pernell Whitaker or Evander Holyfield, Meldrick Taylor, like he's the guy behind their success.
Yep. Facts.
Yeah. So man, I go way back with boxing. But the main thing is that man, from day one, man, you represent yourself with integrity, with truth, and you stand independent. And that's what like real people will recognize. I just don't like shadiness, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And let me tell you this, Sean T. I always try to make this clear. The same Manager Marty that y'all see on YouTube, like you said, integrity, standing up for what's righteous and all that. I'm the same way off camera. I'm probably a little bit more controversial off camera, but I'm the same way, man. I'm just up and down. I keep it 100, man. I'm the same way, man.
But you know what? What's already understood need not be explained. So people like yourself, Rachel Danair, like you could tell just by the conversation, man, that you guys are genuine. And man, we appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate your time, my brother, and thank you for your encouragement, man. I salute you, man.
Hey man, you got my full support, man. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Thank you. We got my guy, Paul Counter Boxing. He's back on the line. Paul Counter, where you at, player?
What's going on? I got like a double.
I can hear you.
Hey, bro, I'm out here, bro.
I can hear you loud and clear, Paul Counter.
I got like I got a drag here. Let me see. Well, man, ever since I seen you on YSM, bro, you know what I'm saying? You always put it down, man. You always been honest. And I could tell you knew what you was talking about.
Oh man, I appreciate that, brother. I was, I'm just answering the questions as thoroughly as I could to give the viewers and the audience enough information to understand. You know what I mean? Can you hear me, Paul Counter?
Yeah. I got like a little lag on my side.
Oh, okay.
But man, I mean, yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. You got it. I hear you, man. Loud and clear.
I might have to go out and come back in.
Okay, yeah, I hear you very well, man.
So, your man, you know what I'm saying? We all been on Blue Blood for a while, man, but he really changed as he got up in status. Hold on, let me cut off these headphones. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. Much better.
Okay, I had cut them headphones off. Yeah, man. Ever since, ever since he, grew in status, man. So he was always humble, man, until he met Bud at a damn 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying? And then everything when he signed with BOK Prime, so I know he always wanted to be a part of boxing and be, be part of the infrastructure and everything. And he always had good information, and I love the way he reported it on it. But when he got with BLK Prime, he started this propaganda stuff, where he started trying to shake the narrative, and he thought we wasn't going to be able to tell the difference. We hardcore boxing fans. A lot of us got channels, we read up on this stuff too. Yeah. So it was just kind of crazy to me to see him, just flip the script on us like that and think we wasn't going to say nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? But, we had been with Blue Blood for about 6 or 7 years, some of us. Some of us been with him from the beginning, and he was a humble type dude, especially when he had Kurt Anderson on there. So, we got not only, the history of boxing side from both of them. It was just a really good place to learn. And I love the way he, talked on the boxing. But then he got away from that. Once he got a shot to get behind the scenes, he just threw all that stuff away and start selling BLK Prime and start selling what they were putting out. And I think he lost a lot of people on that. So it's no hate on Blue Blood. It's just that the people that keeping it real about boxing, like you, myself, and Everything Boxing and KO 86 TV and on D-Town. You know what I'm saying? We're going to just tell you what it is, bro. We're not going to come out there and try to shape your opinion on it. We all got our opinions on what's going on with these fighters and the business, and some of us got more knowledge than others. And I think Blue Blood is very intimidated that you're a manager inside the business, because now you got knowledge that you can say, no, what he's saying isn't correct, right? And his ego can't handle that. His ego can't handle that. There's another guy that has inside knowledge and know people inside the industry, and you can counteract what he say, and it's equally as powerful, because you got credit behind you. You manage fighters, you in the business. So none of us can say that who got these channels. So you got a lot of credibility where he has credibility, and he's intimidated by that. He's going to down your channel because you don't have as many followers, but you're not a real YouTube guy. You just coming to YouTube. So eventually you're going to get up there and blow up because of the knowledge that you have of this sport. Naturally, you know what I'm saying? Your platform is going to become humongous because of everybody you know in boxing, and because of your expertise. You know what I'm saying? You're perfect for YouTube and any other platform you want to create, right? So Blue Blood, you know what I'm saying? I never thought I'd see him, you know what I'm saying, have this kind of ego. I thought, because he always came off like he was this humble, boxing master with knowledge, you know what I'm saying, and reporter. So we're seeing a new side to him, you know what I'm saying? For somebody to be able to hide their personality for that many years just to get an opportunity, you know what I'm saying? Imagine if you got an opportunity, Marty, to manage Canelo. Are you going to change?
No, I'm gonna stay the same, baby. That's because that's how I got to him.
Right. And I tell everybody, I say, I don't care about the size of a platform, bro. It's about the connecting with the fans. It's about everybody who's interested in boxing. They can get something from your platform, right? Just like you always say, do you learn something today? Or, you know what I'm saying? I really, really enjoy that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you're really trying to teach people. Not everybody know everything about boxing. You know what I'm saying? Boxing is a very unique sport where you got to be privy to certain inside informations, you know what I'm saying, to get the good stuff. And not everybody's privy to that, right? But if you love boxing, you know what I'm saying, you're going to follow it. You're going to tell the truth, and you're just going to say what it is. You're not going to talk about what you don't know, right? And for Blue Blood, his ego, he has such a big platform. That's why I always tell people who come to my channel, it's not about the size of your platform. It's about talking to these fans, because a lot of my fans come and tell me stuff that's going on that I don't even know what's going on. I'm like, wow, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they just signed the deal, you know what I'm saying? We all be learning together. And that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? It's about learning, you know what I'm saying? People going to bring you information if they rock with you. You know what I'm saying? But if they don't rock with you because, say you got an agenda, you know what I'm saying, for BLK Prime, which is a janky promotion, bro. You know that. You know that. They just lost Adrian Bronner. His last 4 fights didn't even work out, bro. You know what I'm saying? I said that on my platform today. I said, come on, man. You over there acting like you the president of janky promotions, bro. And you want everybody to bow down to you because, you know what I'm saying, you done got into the industry. That could have went well for you if you would have played it right. But no, just like a lot of brothers, you can't they don't handle success very well in the transition. This could have been huge for him. He could have went to a whole nother level if he wouldn't have played everybody to the left. You know what I'm saying? And, I really, even now, so I like Blue Blood, but man, he's his pride, he's like Bud Crawford. His pride won't allow him to bow down, man, to, you know what I'm saying? He used to always say, if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. No, he won't. No, you won't. You know what I'm saying? Because you're too prideful.
Well, Paul Counter, he was wrong when he lied on me and said that I flagged his channel. He still have not apologized or acknowledged yet.
Man, when he said that crap, man, I was like, bro, this is a whole nother Blue Blood, bro. That's something that shows character flaw. That's a character flaw right there, bro. You don't lie on another brother or anybody, you know what I'm saying, just to try to destroy them or try to make them look a certain way, bro. That was oh man, that was so cowardly, bro, to me. You know what I'm saying? And I really don't really speak on Blue Blood because I'm like, man, I really like that guy. And I was like, man, he had this whole nother side to him that I didn't even recognize. You know what I'm saying? That he hid that all this time. I said, man, what if I wish Kurt Anderson could see him today. What would he say? What would Kurt Anderson? I know that's a powerful dig, but I wonder what. I know Kurt, he was kind of like, he was kind of like an ambassador. He would probably not say nothing, but I'm like, bro, you know what I'm saying? The way they had that thing rocking over there, they were cooking. They could have had 1 million subscribers. But this detour, this character thing he's doing where he's bigger than everybody and everybody's jealous of him. No, everybody rooted for you, man. It's no hate toward Blue Blood. This is perceived by him. This nigga went David Ruffin on our ass, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's Blue Blood and the damn boxing fans. You know what I'm saying? So, so when you came along, you was a breath of fresh air. Because nobody really wanted to say nothing against Blue Blood. You know what I'm saying? Even though he was losing subscribers, you know what I'm saying? They were just silently dropping off. You know what I'm saying? But nobody really wanted to say nothing because nobody wanted to front on him, you know what I'm saying, on the stage. But now everybody's just coming out saying what they got to say because they loved his old content, the way he used to be. You know what I'm saying? And you come along and you was a breath of fresh air. So now everybody's coming to you because you got the inside information and you're not arrogant about it. No. You know what I'm saying? You just telling people you just love the sport. You got a passion for the sport, and you know what you're talking about, bro. And you just giving it to everybody the way they want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be animated. You just telling people, you know what I'm saying, what you know. And you bringing people are drawn to that. That truth that you have, that integrity. You know what I'm saying? And maybe them shades too. I like them shades. You're gonna have to hook me up with some of them.
No, yeah, these my real glasses. I got several pair of glasses, but these are like my favorite ones.
You might have to put a Marty merch, put some Marty merch out there, bro, with them shades, and roll the tape shirts out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
but man, I want you to keep doing what you're doing, bro, because you really made a splash here because people are drawn to the truth. And Blue Blood used to always say people don't want to hear the truth. You know what I'm saying? People hate the truth. Well, bro, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? It's like you think we don't. What's going on, D-Town? What's happening, bro?
All right, listen, let me get this super chat to 2 of them or 3 of them real quick. Mr. AMG. Hey, Mr. AMG, where you been at? Man, I ain't seen Mr. AMG.
What's happening, bro?
Mr. AMG, what's up? Salute Manager Marty. Salute Pull Counter Boxing. That was up there on the screen for a minute. Pull Counter. Also, thank you so much, Mr. AMG, for your contribution, man. Thank you. Didn't see you in a while, Mr. AMG. Good to see you. Knight Rider, another one of my day ones. Thank you so much for your contribution. Says, keep up the good work, brother. We like real brothers that do not lie to us. Thank you so much. Sean T, trying to get Sean T. Thank you for your contribution again, brother. Says 3 the hard way. My people. Trying to get it on the screen, but I got to scroll all the way up to find it because I wanted to come on the screen. But while I have him on here, salute to my guy. D-Town Boxing is here with us. What's going on, D-Town?
What's going on, my brother? How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh man, I'm doing wonderful, sir.
I'm just, glad to hear the truth. It's coming out every day, and that's one thing that people need to know, that the truth will set you free. And one of the main problems is that people forget where they came from. And I've seen that many times when I read the Bible. How certain men in the Bible, before they was kings, they was humble. And then when they got exalted and became kings and started winning wars with God behind them, then they start falling off and start saying, me, look what I did. Look what I did. I did this. I did that. And God like, hold up. You tripped. I'm the one who helped you do this. It ain't about you. It's about me, God. And that's what I see a lot of people do. That's one of my main prayers when I pray, that if God bless me with anything, that I might have the mindset and the wisdom and knowledge to stay humble. Because I'm telling you, God could bless you with something. You could get haughty, get high-minded, and end up falling all the way back down to the very bottom. And that's one thing that I don't want to do, because I've done that a couple of times and I learned from my experience. But the problem is people wants to believe a lie before believing the truth. And we have the internet. We have all these great things to our hand disposal, and they don't want to use it. They rather go to a channel, let them tell them whatever their opinion is, and they'll take that and run with it and say that's facts without going to do their own research. And that's one thing I like about Pull Counter Boxing. Manager Marty, a lot of the other channels I listen to, we try to do our research first before we get on our channel and make a video about it, because it's not about us. It's about the family. And that's why every time I get on my channel, I say family, because we're all family. This is not just a business. This is family. This is educating people. This is helping me. When I come on y'all channels, it's educate me. You know what I'm saying? Every day I try to educate myself while I can help educate other people. And that's the reason why people flock to the truth, because people are tired of being misled. We've been misled for a very long time about Terrence Crawford. We've been misled a long time about different things. And when the truth come out, people go cleave hold to it, and we're going to run with it. And we're going to hold on to dear life.
Yep, absolutely true, man. Let me get this super chat real quick. Knight Rider again. Thank you for your contribution one more time. Knight Rider says, I gotta put my glasses on. Blue Blood lost me when he started talking about people living with roaches and forgot where he came from. Yeah,
you know where you got me when you start talking about that self-hatred crap. I was like, bro, really, you gonna go this deep, bro? For one, we talking about boxing, right? Yeah. I'm saying, why are you going there, bro? You know what I'm saying? Are you really that hurt? You know what I'm saying? That there's new people on the block? Are you really that threatened? Bro, you the biggest platform we have. Act like you've been there before, bro. For one, you know what I'm saying? You've been doing this longer than anybody. You know what I'm saying? Except for maybe 78 TV. So nobody's attacking you. So as soon as he get a little bit of pushback, you can see him go off the edge, bro. Go off the cliff. And I'm just like, bro, come on now. You got to be more seasoned than that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to withstand a little bit of criticism. You know what I'm saying? All them people coming at you at the comments, you know what I'm saying? And calling you this and that, bro, you should be used. But see, when somebody who's in the industry, somebody who got some clout, somebody who got some connections come in there, now he's feel threatened. Somebody who's on an equal level playing field, now he feels a little threatened, because now Marty can tell us what the real is. You know, he reads the rules. So how many people read the rules of the WBO? You know what I'm saying? I learned a lot from Marty, because he read some of the WBO rules and regulations. I said, oh, okay, so that's how that works. Oh, man. And I even clipped his stuff so I could keep it in my mind and learn what he was talking about, man. That made me start going to the rules and regulations. You know, I mean, I knew some of them, but the way you broke it down, you gave me another perspective on how to look at how they do the rankings and the fights and the commissions. I didn't even think about the commissions before you start talking about them, and how they took David Avanesian and how long it took to get him off that card. And I didn't think about that. I was saying that Marty knows this stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? So they've been in negotiation a lot longer. They didn't make no fight in 2 days, right? It didn't even make sense.
Hey, Paul Counter.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know how I learned all that stuff? It happened to me. Certain promoters would, especially on the lower levels, went behind my back a few times to try to communicate with fighters that I was managing, because they knew that if I got involved like I was supposed to be involved, that they couldn't lowball the fighters, you know, and try to underpay them. You know, I work with integrity when I do stuff, man. I don't let the fighters get jerked around like that. And some of them, they had to respect that. I had to beat my way through the game, so to speak, because promoters try to pay certain fighters half of the money that they're supposed to get paid. That's why my heart's for the fighters. So when I hear like a Blue Blood or somebody else on YouTube trying to spin people that don't understand, it kind of burned me on the inside. Like, I gotta, even if I don't disrespect those guys, I gotta come out and give the people the truth, because everybody's going to follow them because they have a major following, and then everybody's going to be going down the wrong path. And then if I come out, or D-Town come out, or Paul Counter, or the other channels that speak the truth come out, they'll start hating on y'all in the chat, like, nah, y'all don't know what y'all talking about because such and such said. And then the whole time, you know this D-Town, narrow is the way that leads to life, but broad is the way that leads to destruction. You know what I mean? So everybody's going to follow what's popular. You know what I'm saying? And they're not going to think about what's the truth. And that's what that's why I'm trying to change that narrative on YouTube. Before I let D-Town get in, there's a guy named AD. I don't know if you and I met before, but salute to you. He's on the panel. Speak on it, AD.
Yeah, I met you off Monty Brown TV. You know when?
Yeah. I remember your voice. Yo, you the guy. Yo, let me tell you this, right? And there's a friend of mine that's in this chat, and she will tell you that I kept rewinding that part when you said, when we was on that panel and you said, I want to hear Manager Marty and Blue go at it. Talk to him. I kept rewinding because I couldn't see where the voices were coming from on the screen, but it was the way you were saying it. I kept cracking up so hard, but I recognize your voice, brother. What's up with you, AD?
What's up, man? What's up, Poor Counter Boxing?
What's going on, bro?
D-Town Boxing. You know, I really got to give a shout out to D-Town Boxing because D-Town Boxing is where I found you at. You know, D-Town Boxing always spoke on you and used to always tell everybody to subscribe to Manager Marty. And, you know, and always deal with, always subscribe to Poor Counter Boxing. So,
no doubt.
You know, yeah, I rock with all y'all, man. I just, like I tell everybody, I'm a casual, you know, but, you know, I'm a Spence fan. So, you know, I like the PBC. I like they boxing and everything. And, you know, it's no knock against Crawford, but I do see the way I used to rock with Blue Blood, but I had stopped rocking with Blue Blood way before he started doing what he's doing now. I stopped rocking with Blue Blood because I got fed up with him when I used to watch his lives, and he would stop talking. He would catch an attitude in the middle of his lives and say, you know, hit the like button. If you won't hit the like button, I ain't got nothing else to say. And, you know, I was like, man, I'm done with this. Like, you know, you too grown for that. You know, I ain't never heard nobody, you know, Poor Counter, D-Town Boxing, Monty Brown, KO. I never heard none of them stop in the live and say, hit the like button. You know, and I mean, catch an attitude, a full-fledged attitude, you know. And so that's what, you know, I've been a subscribe to Blue Blood, you know, and I'm just, I think the numbers he got, he's patching up with Crawford fans. Because I know a lot of Spence fans has to be, you know, done with that. He call us fanboys, whatever, you know. It's just where your energy carry you to.
Mm-hmm.
Carry me towards Spence. Like I said, I started watching boxing after Mike Tyson. So, you know what I'm saying? And one day when I had my first son, I ended up clicking on YouTube and saw Earl Spence and ended up clicking on that fight and went back from his beginning all the way to now. You know, I was intrigued by it. I'm like, wow, you know, I haven't watched boxing in so long. I was just, you know, was like, okay, this guy is good. Then I end up, you know, learning about Tank Davis and Deontay Wilder, and I really never knew nothing about Terrence Crawford. But my energy never, even I have heard of him, just like Adrian Broner. You know, when Adrian Broner was boxing, I was rooting for him because he was a brother. But I never watched it. I was, you know, try to hear about it the next day. Did he win? Oh, he won? Okay, cool. Even with Floyd Mayweather, you know, I started watching boxing during Mike Tyson era. And so from Mike Tyson, you know, I done watched all of the Spence fights. So it went from Mike Tyson to Earl Spence and Tank Davis. You know. But, you know, I'm happy to be on here. Salute to y'all boys and, you know, keep it going.
Yes, sir. Hey, Marty, I want to ask you about that Michael Williams Jr. situation, because the dad said he was approached by other promotional companies, and I was kind of wondering what you were saying, how they try to go behind your back and try to get the fight. Did you hear about that? Did you know anything about that? That's how they do?
Well, I heard Michael Williams I heard Michael Williams Sr. I heard him reference that in the video where he talked about two promotional companies came to him,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, to try to pay them half of what his son was going to get paid to fight Broner. The issue I have with that, I don't think that was legit. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it wasn't legit that Mike Sr. said that. That might have been
Right.
legit. I don't think the people that said that were legitimately being serious enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they really wanted to sign Mike Jr. to a fight, they would have just signed him way before this whole thing went down with him and Adrian Broner. Because the thing about it is, if the commission approve a bout, the state is actually, expecting for that bout to happen. So
Mm-hmm.
he was basically saying that promoters came to him after the bout was already agreed upon between the commission, the promoter, Christy Martin, and all of those fighters that was on that card. It's pretty hard to get someone off of the card if it ain't for
Mm-hmm.
COVID reasons, mental health, or something drastic. Like, of course, his son got injured. Those are legitimate reasons to get someone out of a promotion, because the promoter can come back and sue somebody and say, hey, you didn't do what you signed that you was going to do. And this is why Hank Lundy got the situation that, happened to him, where though, even though he got injured, you can't do that and then still try to fight on another promotion's card. So it's the same kind of thing with Mike Jr. They couldn't just pull him off the card that he was on with BLK Prime and then turn around and have him fight on their promotional card. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Consequences come behind that. So I'm not saying that Mike Sr. was wrong. What I'm saying is the people that called them, I think they was just bluffing, because usually when they want to get it done, if you want to get somebody off the card and get them some money, they try to do that way before the bouts are agreed upon with the commission, because you have to come with evidence. So if someone says, man, I hurt my hand in training, okay, that's cool. The commission going to say the bout was agreed upon. The promoter put out the money to have a show. They want to see evidence and proof.
Right.
And it's hard to prove that, oh man, I got a phone call from another promoter and I didn't know better, and I just went on their card and fought. You ain't gonna get away with that one. You know what I mean? So I don't think that they was really being serious. Think about it, and I gotta say this because you asked me, so you know me. I got to keep it 100. If they was paying Mike Jr. half, that's not even enough, because he wasn't getting paid six figures anyway, according to what people were saying. But that he wasn't getting paid six figures, so even half of that is an insult. Even if somebody said, "Well, look, we'll pay you half," that's not even enough to. In other words, if I was managing him, my client is not even fighting for half. He's fighting for more than half. So if you really want to get us off the card, you're gonna have to pay us more than what we're getting paid to fight Broner. I mean, that's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I knew if they did call him. I'll take his word for it that they called him and all that. But they was probably ain't nobody gonna try to pay you half to get you off a card. They gonna try to pay you more to get you off the card. That sounds like it's more likely. I think whoever those promoters are, they probably was just bluffing with him. You know what I mean? Good question though.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up. I was like, I just thought it was like when you said something about how they try to go behind your back. I was like wondering what was that. Some of that they were trying to do that in that transaction. Were they trying to go behind BLK Prime and try to steal whatever, however it could be done? But sound like it couldn't have been done anyway.
No, it couldn't have been done. But let's flip the script of what Blue Blood said. They tried to go behind Showtime's back and talk to Bozy. So
in the Muhammad Ali Act, you can't do that or something. It's one of those, you can't talk to another fighter, you know what I'm saying, that's under another promotion or something like that. You can't, you know what I'm saying?
You can talk to him, but here's the thing: a lot of people like to circumvent those things. Like in my case, my fighter that I was managing at that time already knew the promoter, had a previous relationship with the promoter already. So that's why it was easy for the promoter to just call him and be like, yo, I got a nice little bag for you to fight such and such. And then all of a sudden, when I get word of it, I got to get on the phone and say, yeah, I know you the fighter, but hold on for a minute. I appreciate you telling me. But before that happens, I got to get on the phone and talk to the promoter and let him know you can't disrespect me like that, man, because you're trying to undercut, now, of course, the fighter, he all happy. Oh, man, I'm going to get paid this. I'm going to get paid that. But here's the issue with that. If you lose that fight, now you turn to a B-level fighter in the B side because now you lost, and I'm trying to build you up as a prospect. And the whole time, the whole promotion was to get you to come on the card so that you can lose. No, we're not going to do that. That don't make no good sense. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
a lot of people will try it. And if you let them try it, they'll do it. But me, I'm like a bulldog in this thing here. I don't let these guys run over my little small self, man. They know what time it is. And I ain't talking big time or threatening. I'm just saying, if I have a business relationship with a fighter, I don't let nobody disrespect my fighter, try to underpay them or undermine them. I don't do that stuff, man. Like, for instance, real quick, I had a fighter I was managing. He signed the contract to get paid X amount of dollars for this fight. When we get there, we thinking that, after he fights, he's going to get paid what we signed the contract for. Well, when the fight was over, he get out the ring. I'm still sitting front row. He come to me and says, Manager Marty, he didn't call me manager, but he's like, Marty, where the rest of my money at, man? Like, what's this about? And I'm like, I don't get paid first. You the fighter. Let me see the check. And I saw that it was half of the fighter's money, and I was in my hometown of Philly, and I just couldn't let it slide. Listen, if I was in your hometown, Polk County or D-Town in Texas, AD, your hometown, I'd have did the same thing. But it just so happened that I was home, and the promoter wasn't from Philly. I had to let the promoter know, brother, listen, it ain't nothing personal. I'm home. Somebody might not make it out this venue if my fighter don't get paid. Because if my fighter don't get paid, then I don't get my piece. And y'all ain't going to burn me in this joint, and y'all definitely ain't going to burn my fighter. So y'all know that wasn't right, whereas though the contract said that he's supposed to get half the amount when I got the copy of the original contract. Needless to say, the commissioner got involved, and we had to work that. We worked it out, and the fighter got paid every dime. And if they listening to this live, they know exactly what I'm saying is the truth. You know what I mean? I ain't talking like I'm big time. I'm just telling you that I have a heart for protecting the fighters. And I'm not going to let nobody jerk them because they sacrifice a whole lot. Now, that's something I can tell you that happens behind the scenes that most people don't talk about. These boxers, they go through a lot of stuff, y'all, for real. And most of these guys coming up in the rankings, most of them have day jobs, man. So they sacrifice their life with their families. They work a 9 to 5. They still try to fit training in and still compete in the ring. We got to salute these fighters, male and female.
Yeah.
So that's why my heart is for the fighters a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure.
Let me get this super chat from another day one of mine, Aaron H. Muhammad, my God. He says, salute Manager Marty and the brothers on the panel, D-Town and Polk County Boxing. Be sure that the tide is shifting in this sport because of your contribution to standing on the truth. Thank you so much, Mr. Promoter, Aaron H. Muhammad, for your contribution, and you always support all the boxing channels, and I salute to you, Mr. Aaron H. Muhammad.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, man, and I think that if we all come together, like D-Town, Polk County, I can name some other names, AM Sports, YSM, Knockout Boxing, BF. I'm trying to make sure I don't leave nobody out. Everything Boxing, us guys, the ones that's really coming out here putting all the right, truthful information out. If we all come together, I can assure you that it's going to drown out the lies and the misleading that some people have been doing on the channel, and most people will start gravitating to the truth. They'll start saying, you know what, there's some inconsistencies here. And that's why tonight, even though I call it the air frying segment, I could have threw all these different shots at Blue Blood, but I wanted to take the time out to just ask him a bunch of questions. See, I ain't got to throw no shots at you. You're the advisor to matchmaking. I can ask you these 10, 11 questions, and hopefully you come back with some answers. Because here's the thing. If Blue Blood Sports TV would have, somebody said it in the chat too, I just posted on the screen. If he would have came humbly, I would have taught Blue Blood whatever he wanted to know, whatever questions he asked for me. That's just the type of dude I am. But now when you start being disrespectful, you being prideful, you don't want to collaborate, you want to be about yourself, you want to disrespect me, it's kind of hard for me to come back and say, yeah, all right, I'm going to teach you something because I know you ain't going to ask me. Now you acting like a bozo, man. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to leave the guy alone And like I told him, man, as long as you be respectful to me, man, I'm not gonna make no videos about you or put your face in the thumbnail. But he still keeps firing rounds, even though people in the chat was saying, "Oh man, he want to talk about you. He didn't say your name." Everybody on YouTube know Blue Blood longer than me, and I've only known him at this point for about 3 or 4 months. And I've learned something about researching his channel. When he want to throw a shot, he will not say your name. He going to start firing rounds that you know that he's talking about you, and he'll sneak diss you. And he did it to Keon, he did it to Monty Brown, and he keeps doing it to me. So at this point, we know, and I think he did it to AM Sports Media, but I can't confirm that. But I know that he was doing that to me, and I'm like, you know what? Let me try to nip this thing in the bud. Boom. Hopefully after tonight, even if he don't want to answer the questions, I would love him to answer the questions so the fans, the subscribers, the viewers can be educated on the answers to those questions. That's why I set those questions up. But even if he don't, I'm cool with it. And I'm still going to stand by this, y'all. As long as he don't do so, no videos and everything, I'm not going to say nothing else. But I just want to make sure that the people know, because people have been calling me all week with this, calling me over the weekend, texting me, yo, you know he's talking about you, man. How you going to handle this? What's supposed to happen next? Your credibility. See, Blue Blood got to understand, I still conduct business in this sport. And I'm not just talking about with one network like him. He with one streaming platform. People be calling me to advise them. People be cash apping me just for advice. I do a lot of business in the sport. And it doesn't matter who I manage. As long as I manage the people to come on this channel and get the education, that's good enough for me. Go ahead, D-Town. You can speak on it, brother.
I have one thing, one question. People, they be in my comments on my channel, and they was telling me that how come I guess Crawford, well, not Crawford, actually, Black Prime to link up with Showtime and try to make this fight. And I was telling them, I said, well, I thought Crawford was supposed to be his own boss. So if Crawford is his own boss, then why do Showtime have to deal with Black Prime, BLK? And I say, Crawford could go do business on his own. You know, and that's what I believe. You know what I'm saying? I might be wrong, but last time I checked, he had a 1-fight deal with Black Prime. So if he only have a 1-fight deal with Black Prime, then why is Black Prime in the mix trying to do business? And I believe they trying to do business because they want Crawford to jump back or to collaborate back with him.
Right.
But Crawford already they took Taylor Rand and trying to weigh his options with different promoters. So my deal is that why is Blue Blood or Black Prime trying to find fighters that's up under or dealing with other networks and trying to drag them back over to BLK Prime when they done already lost Adrian Broner? So what fighter or fighter or coach will allow their fighter to go back to Black Prime or to another network or whatever entity to go do business when they couldn't even hold Adrian Broner?
Right.
That's a good question.
That's exactly what I was saying, man. You know, it's like Bud Crawford is delusional, bro. You know what I'm saying? Now he's gonna go over there. He's gonna let Oscar slick him out a good deal. You know what I'm saying? When he could just go right over to the PBC, get paid more money than any two fights. Next 2 fights, he can fight Spence twice, bro, and retire. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to do all this running around. I don't understand why this guy is so adverse to going over there. He's running away from history, bro. He's running away from the pressure of winning or losing. You know what I'm saying? And I've never seen that in a boxing champion, except for maybe Riddick Bowe. You know what I'm saying? When he dumped the WBC in the trash, bro. And that's the equivalent of him. Until they strip him of that WBO, he's going to be running around all around town looking for easy fights, bro. And it's just like, I don't understand why he just don't face this man. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be the face of, he's supposed to be pound for pound or something. You know what I'm saying? He's not showing that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just real interesting how people are willing to tell lies and just exaggerate the truth and study all this stuff just to make him look good, bro. I mean, nobody buys his fights, bro. So it's not that big of a deal for him to go over there and face, you know, it's no shame in losing to Errol Spence Jr. There's no shame in it. You know, it is a shame if you lose to Alex Rocha. It is a shame if you lose to Blair Cobb. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame, right? Those guys are not supposed to be in the ring with you, right? But Errol Spence Jr. is your peer. You know what I'm saying? Ugas. He could fight Ugas, and I'll be happy with that. Just because over all these years, only one person has been fighting his equal peers, and that's Errol Spence Jr. So he needs to fight somebody on his level. You know what I'm saying? That's why he don't get credit for the fights. He's always whining about nobody give him credit for his fights, and that's why. And he act like he don't understand why. You know what I'm saying? The reason, you know the reason why, because you fighting lesser competition, right? Nobody gonna give you credit for Green Machine, bro. He was a pretty good fighter, but he's not on the level of Danny Garcia. He's not on the level of Keith Thurman. He knows that stuff. And this has been going on since 2018, since he came up to the 147 division. So how long are you going to hide, bro? How long are you going to run from one spot to the next? You know what I'm saying? You can't hide. The jig is up, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're 35 years old. You'll be 36. If that fight don't happen this year, it's not going to happen at all. Because I can't see a 36-year-old Terrence Crawford trying to fight Errol Spence Jr. I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. Let me get this guy Larry Tucker. Larry Tucker says, Marty, this is Larry from Castor Ave. We talked in the store. Oh, what's up, Larry? Hey, I told my boy Larry, my man Larry, that if I see him in the chat or something, I'm gonna salute him. So that's why I put his quote up there. Salute to you, Larry. Hey man, look, I was in the bodega in Philly. I was going in there, and Larry, he was at the counter about to pay for his items, and I walked right past, and somebody said, "Manager Marty." I turned around. I didn't even know the guy. He embraced me. I was like, "Oh man, I be just walking around. I be forgetting I got a YouTube channel. I mean, I know I'm small with it, but it's like, man, I just be doing stuff I regularly do, man. So I can't even imagine getting all big like that, because people will start seeing you be in regular places, and they just be seeing you. So Larry, he embraced me and gave me some good encouragement, man, and he support the channel. So I want to say salute to my guy Larry Tucker, man. Salute, man. AD, what's your take on what Paul Counter just said about Crawford, man?
I just think that I don't think that Crawford, he's not trying to really fight nobody, you know. I've never really been a big Bud fan, and to me, it seems like he always needed the Zaddy. He always had to have some type of Zaddy, you know, and that's why it seemed like he was running to Oscar De La Hoya. You know, you know, he don't want to me, you know, that's what trips me out with Blue Blood when he said that we hate ourselves. It's like, no, man, the man that you support and hate himself, and you can honestly tell. And even when you look at Bernie, it's like I'm questioning, like, Bernie, what are you? You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of guys that's coming into the game that's hella light skinned, and it's not no knock against, you know, the real not against the real light skinned brothers. You know, that's brothers, you know. I got a light skinned cousins, you know. So it's no knock against light skinned real brothers, but a lot of these dudes be Puerto Rican, and you know, and they be really hating. They truly be hating. When you look at Bernie the Boxer, he has a hatred towards black men. You know, like I wrote in Bernie chat one day, you won't be happy until Bud is living in your basement. And I truly believe that. Because he seemed like he that type of person that, you know, Bud better be careful with Bernie. Bernie don't give a shit about Bud Crawford. Bernie ain't gonna be happy until Bud is broke down and broke, and he can say, "Hey, champ, I fixed your breakfast while you're sleeping." You know what I'm saying?
And he got Bud mask on and shit. He be acting like he Bud when he go to sleep.
Yeah,
you know, he wearing Bud jock straps when he go to bed and stuff.
Because if he truly cared for Bud, he will be he'll be upset. You know, he'd be upset like the rest of us. He'd be champ, man. Go, you need to fight this guy. And he wouldn't be saying all of that, you know, crazy stuff about Earl Spence. You don't even know this man. I would love to see Earl Spence and Bernie do a sparring match, you know, just so Earl could just break him. I just, you know, fed up with that guy. You know, it's just like, and I don't even watch I don't watch him or Blue Blood. So we got to find somebody to watch their channel to see what they really talking about, because I you know, I click on there and I notice, because I click on Blue Blood Station or whatever, I notice he haven't said anything about Adrian Broner.
Nope.
I noticed having, and you know, Bernie, he barely even do anything. You click on his, it's the same thing. But what trips me out is today I was listening to a boxing channel. I can't think of my man's name, but he said Champside is down with it. And it blew my mind, man, because Champside is my homeboy. I like Champside. And, you know, normally when I click on, because everybody is in my algorithm. If I click on, just like how Manager Marty, D-Town, Paul Counter, Monty Brown, everybody is in my algorithm. It's funny how, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know what's going on. But Champside used to always be in my algorithm. Every time I cut my computer on, I would see you guys. I was in Champside to be there. I'm subscribed to Champside, but I heard Champside is doing, you know, basically the same thing Blue is doing. And to me, that's just sad, man.
Yeah,
if he
gotta have, gotta have. I was saying we got to have some kind of integrity, man, in this thing, in this YouTube community. We got to do it. Let me get Diana. Diana, thank you for your contribution and your support, Diana. She says, great panel. So that was a salute to everybody on the panel from Diana. I got to salute. And acknowledge somebody. I just seen them in the chat. Dub Right Side. What's going on?
What's up, Dub? Respectfully.
Dub Right Side. I don't know if this is his first time in the chat, but it's my first time seeing him. I remember seeing him and his logo on Knockout Boxing 86 TV when I went on there and I debated. He's a good judge, and I got to check his content out because I believe he's a good content creator too. So salute to Dub Right Side. Thank you for joining us, Dub.
And see, somebody just put in the chat, they said, I don't get Champside notifications anymore. And I don't either. I don't know if he stopped or I don't get no notifications from him.
Go to his channel. You know what I'm saying? What I want Marty to do is I want Marty to get all of the content creators that support Spence, and I want him to manage it. And we're gonna do a Paul Logan thing, and they get all the Bud supporting channels. You know what I'm saying? They get Blue Blood to manage them, and I want us to get in the boxing ring. God dang it! I want us to get in the boxing ring down here in Dallas.
A poor counter. Ask D-Town in my last live. I think it was the last live we did when you closed out. I said I want to do a YouTube. I want to promote a YouTube versus YouTube whole card of amateur boxing. YouTube versus YouTube. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be off.
That would be off the chain.
But you know, those Crawford Blue Blood, they not going to deal because they know that they're in the wrong. It's difficult to step up to the truth. And so they not going to, even if it was a lot of money involved, you know, their ego won't allow them to even get past and say, okay, let's do this. Because you see, Blue still haven't came onto your show. And even though he said that night that he was.
Oh, that's right. You were there when he said that. He did. Yeah. Yep, you was there. Yeah.
So he said he was.
Yes, he did.
And I went on his channel. He went live. And he normally don't ever go live and allow people to come on with him. So this one particular day I went on this.
I was there.
Yeah. And I asked him about it again. And I can't remember, but apparently he never even showed up. Because I asked him about it again on his channel. When he went live, I came on. Yeah, Paul was there. And I came on. I asked him, okay, what's up? Is you going to go on Manager Marty channel? But that night I was tipsy and I can't remember what he probably said. So, but
he said he wasn't going to come on this channel. He said he wasn't going to come on this channel.
Oh, okay.
He said he wasn't going to come on this channel. And basically, it's hater crap because if Blue come on this channel, it's going to blow up because just of the content, just of the confrontation. You know what I'm saying? And he really got cooked that night he went on Marty channel. He really got cooked. I mean, that was bad, bro. That was bad. You know, he got exposed for the lies that he was telling. And that's another reason why he don't want to come on. He don't want to get exposed. And black men, we're not gonna hold our tongue, bro, just because you got a big platform on YouTube, bro. Black man is the strongest thing. We're not intimidated on YouTube, especially us who came before smartphones and you know what I'm saying, internet, bro. We didn't grow up with that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's not intimidating. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why he's acting like he's some kind of big star that's above everybody, bro. He's not. You know what I'm saying? You're a dude you're a boxing fan and you got some connections in the industry. Boxing is the most streetest sport. This is not a high class sport, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's from the mud, mostly from the mud, bro. That participates. Anybody who made it big in boxing was poor at one point in time, or lower class or whatever you want to call it, working class. Like Errol Spence Jr. He'll still talk to you. I think D-Town talked to Errol Spence Jr. You were telling us about that. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be bigger than the fighters. You know what I'm saying? You can't be bigger than the fighters, bro. You're a regular, average, everyday Joe. If I saw you on the street, bro, you know what I'm saying, I'll say what's up and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not going to ask for an autograph, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, he got to humble himself again. There's a lot of content creators that get big and stop feeling themselves. You know what I'm saying? Just because, people are coming in and hollering at you and congratulating you, you can't let it go to your head, bro. You got to remember, you're just a boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? Not you, Marty, or, so some of you guys, y'all a little bit different than the rest of us. We boxing fans, bro. You never can get over what you are. People who come make you. People who send you $5, $10, trying to help you out because they really like who you are. Yeah. And Blue, he really disappointed me when he switched it up, bro. Cause I've sent money, sent to his channel and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? To help him out. I seen him on the school bus. You know what I'm saying? I seen him, working hard, and I say, man, this man is really putting in that work, bro. You know what I'm saying? I really like this guy. You know what I'm saying? And for him to switch it up like that, it was just kind of scary. You know what I'm saying? To follow somebody for that long and you don't even know who they are, bro.
I hope that all of these experiences with me and whoever else that he's dealing with, that he do hopefully turn it around for the good. You know what I mean? Because I have a special heart for fathers, particularly in our community, and I know that he is a father. So I don't want to beat him all the way down. I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all can say what y'all want, but I'm talking about me. I'm a type of guy. If I know you in the boxing ring, just growing up and being an amateur and learning how to fight and box, we was taught once you got a guy hurt, take him out. But I'm not in the ring no more. So if I see somebody hurt, I got him. All right, let me back off him a little bit. I already he got my respect. But with this situation, hopefully he can turn it all around. Let me get Knight Rider again. Thank you again, Knight Rider. Been supporting the channel with the contributions all night long. He says Blue Blood would do anything for money. Well, hopefully, he like Paul Counter say, he don't have to get into an experience where he's forced to be humbled and it don't end well for him. So not with me. I'm just saying in life in general. So I hope that he get opportunity to turn it around while everything is presenting itself to him up front. You know what I mean? Go ahead and cook, D-Town. I ain't hear your voice in a minute, man.
The deal is, I remember the old saying that it takes a village, you know what I'm saying, to raise the kids. See, I'm a foreman. I'm a boss. I have my own business, and I also work for a glass company. Also, we had built the Dallas Cowboy Stadium, and we built Blue Star and a lot of other buildings also. But it's easier when you teach and show your helpers how to work and know the same things that you know, because it makes your job easier. So the reason why I'm saying this is that if we all had collaborated together, like I said, if Blue Blood wasn't in his feelings, acting like he's the Don Perignon, we all could collaborate together and all grow. You know what I'm saying? And we would network, and it would get so big that it would be unstoppable force. But the problem is, when a person that's on a level feel threatened by little people, or people that's up under him, then that right there tells me that that person is not used to being on top or feel threatened by being on top, feel that somebody might take his spot. But the problem is it's enough for everybody. So why do somebody on the top need to feel like somebody trying to take his spot? If you earned your spot, ain't nobody can take your spot. All we have to do is just work together, and we all can grow together.
Facts. Facts.
Marty looking like Vito Corleone in that seat over there. He looking like Vito Corleone. You know what I'm saying? Got the ring on, goddamn it. All right, I see you over there.
I ain't got the rings on, man. I ain't got the rings on.
You got to get it, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to get us together and get this promote this fight. We're gonna do like Paul Logan. You know what I'm saying? Get this thing going on. Get everybody who want to participate and just rent a ring. I don't know. You know about the commissions, how to get it together.
I know all that. Oh man, listen. We don't have to go through the commission because remember, it's an amateur boxing event, right? So we would have to go through USA Boxing. And I don't know if you noticed, Paul Counter, but do you know what my position is at USA Boxing?
No, sir.
Yeah, I am a certified and trained boxing judge, referee, and timekeeper for the USA Boxing amateur boxing program. So every professional boxer that you can name you name any professional boxer, all of them had to go through the USA Boxing here in the country. They had to go through the USA Boxing amateur program before they became a professional boxer. Oh, wow. All of the professional judges and professional referees that y'all see in the ring, they all came into the amateur boxing program. That's how we all get our start in the business.
So who have you met, Marty? Because I know you've met some people.
Man, I met a lot of people in business, man. Just as a fan first, and then when I got into the business, it made it easier for me to meet people I've met. Man, I'll tell you what, Sam Watson, he made a great impression on me. Every time I see Sam, I don't even think he remember my name. But every time I see him, man, we just be busting it up. Every time, no matter where we at. East Coast, I've seen him down south. He's a good guy. Sam Watson.
What does he do exactly? What I see him in the ring. What does he do exactly?
He actually manages fighters, but he works directly for Al Heyman. Sam Watson has been in the game since the 80s.
I've seen him.
You go back in the early 90s when he had a box. When his sons was real little, they used to walk Holyfield to the ring in the early 90s and all that. He's been around for a long time. Sam Watson, good guy, man.
So he managed fighters. I mean, why does he get to be in the ring like all the time?
Because he's a part of Al Heyman. So basically, Al Heyman being there physically, he's a manager. Oh, okay. He can represent the company, Al Heyman's company. He can represent the fighters. That's why you see both his sons. Let's say if it's PBZ versus PBC, you notice that one of his sons will be in one of the fighters' corner, right? And then his other son will be in another fighter's corner. That's all in-house. They all work together. Yeah, no doubt. I met him. I met a lot of people, man. I met him. I met who else made a great impression on me? Lou DiBella. Oh man, Lou DiBella, good guy. Tom Brown, good guy. I like talking to him when I see him. Who else made a real good impression on me? Deontay Wilder. I met him in like 2015 when he first beat Stavern. He came to Brooklyn, New York. He wasn't fighting, but he was just, he was, had his belt with him and all that because he beat Stavern in that first fight. Me and him was busting it up. Very humble guy. I met Sean Porter a couple of times too. Sean Porter, all the guys. This is what I like about the fighters. All of them on camera, they really like that in real life. Like they really be like whatever their personality is, they're like that in real life. Who else? Who else did I meet? And I was like,
you ever meet Andre Ward?
I never met Andre Ward. I would love to meet Andre Ward. You know who else I want to meet?
Who that?
I want to meet Tim Bradley. I got some questions I want to ask Tim, honestly.
I can't stand Tim Bradley, man.
I think we all want to meet Tim Bradley.
Yeah.
I don't want to meet him.
Salute about it. I fist to get ready to bounce.
All right, you got it, D-Town. I'm about to jump off in a minute. Give us some last words real quick, D-Town, before you jump off.
Hey, salute to everybody that's on the panel. Salute to all the family members that came here and watched. Keep your head up. Always pray. We can all work together. We can grow together. And remember, don't exalt yourself. Let somebody else exalt you. Keep it tight, family.
Wow, good stuff from
All
D-Town.
right, yeah, I'm gonna shut up out of here too, bro.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Give us some last words, AD.
I just want to see I want to see like what Poor Counter said. I want to see, you. I would say you, Fanon, Poor Counter, and Monty Brown go up against Blue, Bernie the Boxer, and a couple of more Bud channels because I don't really, follow them people like that. So that's something, that I hope that could come to. And so we could squat, to me, that is almost as big as the Spence and Bud fight. To me. It's gonna be it's to a lot of people. To a lot of people, you got because I'm a casual. So it's a lot of casual fans. And so a lot of casual fans, you got casual fans on both sides. I got homeboys I go to work with. They Bud Crawford fans. They I forgot my man's name that's fighting Tank Davis.
Ryan
Garcia. They Ryan Garcia fans. Yeah, so my thing is that I want to see something like that. I want to see y'all go at it with Blue Blood. His, Bernie the Boxer. Gotta have Bernie the Boxer in the mix. And I would say what's barbershop conversation, whatever my man's name is. The dude that be hating on Al Heyman. I can't think of his name. I think his show called Barbershop Conversations or something.
Oh yeah, but Fred,
and those other two guys. I can't think of their names. They love Terrence Crawford. They didn't interview them a few times. It's the black guy and the white guy. I can't think of their names because, like I said, I don't check them out. I don't check out anything that's gonna upset me. I like to be happy. So whatever, I don't really click on Bernie the Boxer a lot. I don't click on Blue Blood a lot. Sometimes I might look and just look at the headline, see what they're saying, and just click off and keep it moving because I don't like to be upset at all. I'm a happy person. I like to stay happy. So, but salute to y'all and Manager Marty. I was probably about the 10th subscriber to subscribe to you because I remember when I subscribed to you, I was looking and I was mind blown. Like, how does he not have over 1 million subscribers? But I know you're going to get there. The same way with Poor. I've been rocking with Poor for a long time. And Monty Brown, Fanon. Got to give a shout out to Fanon. And especially D-Town Boxing. When I ran to D-Town Boxing, he had a few followers, and I couldn't believe it. Like, what? So believe me, man, I have my computer, I have my phone, I have tablets. So I'm subscribed to y'all on a lot of devices. It's not just this one device. I'm subscribed to y'all about 7-8 times. Even I got 3 kids, all 3 of them got phones. And, sometimes my phone died, I got to get one of theirs. So I'm subscribed to y'all on there. I'm subscribed to y'all.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, my wife, she knows, she already knows. Hey, what I like, she like. Go on there and subscribe. So, and I don't care. You don't got to watch the video. Just go on there and hit the like button. Support the people.
Appreciate your support, brother. Thank you for coming on. AD, man, listen, I've been cool with you ever since I met you on Monty Brown, and I told you before, man, you got that distinct voice, man. And so when I heard you say, "Oh, I want to hear Manager Marty Blue," I kept rewinding that jaw, man. I'm gonna keep it 100. I was like, "Oh, this boy voice is classic." So, man, I appreciate you, brother. Anytime you want to jump on here it don't matter what we talking about. You know we gonna talk about boxing. You can always come on the panel anytime, bro. So I salute to you. Thank you for your support, man. Being a 10th subscriber now, I'm over 4,000 and something now. So you know we just gonna keep on grinding, brother. Thank you so much for your support, man. For real.
Thank you, man. Thank you for coming out, because hey, we needed you. We needed you.
Damn sure did.
Say no more, champ. Thank you, man. You have a good weekend too, brother.
You too. Salute to you. Salute to
Poor counter.
Poor counter boxing. I'll be on your show forward too. All right.
All right, you got it, champ. Hey, Paul, before I get you your last words, I gotta acknowledge Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel on the screen. I know it's kind of late. I would love for them to have been able to jump on, but I had the people kind of long this evening. Maybe on Friday night, maybe if Rachel and Nonito are not busy, maybe they can come on a live Friday night, and maybe I can introduce our suggestion for YouTubers, where we can get all the YouTubers, no matter small, medium, or large channels, and let me promote this thing. I'll have Rachel. Hopefully Rachel can help. Nonito can help. We can do a YouTuber versus YouTuber thing. I don't want to fight no more. Yeah, I don't want to fight no more. I'm retired from the amateurs, but I would love to continue to promote and manage, because that's what I do the best. And let's do a YouTuber versus YouTuber, man. That'll be amateur joint. That'll be nice.
That's nice, what I'm talking about.
But go ahead, Paul. I'm gonna let you close us out this evening, man. Before you close us out, I want to say thank everybody for joining us live and in living color. Thank you for those that are going to watch the replay of this live. Thank you all for sticking with us for almost 4 hours. You know, I usually try to have 2 hours at the max on my lives, but we had to do some air frying this evening, and there's some questions that's still on the table that need answers to. So I still appreciate all of you coming out. Everybody that donated and contributed to the channel, thank you. I salute you again. Thank you for everybody that was in the chat that acknowledged me, and all of the panelists that came out. Thanks to all of the panelists. Check us out right here again Friday evening when we do live our Friday evening live. And Paul Counter, you're going to close us out, brother. So give us a few minutes of your spill, and when you finish talking, we out. Close us out, brother.
Hey man, I got to get Rachel and know there. How you say Nonito and Rachel? I got to get them on my channel too, man. I would love to have her break down some of that information, you know what I'm saying, on my channel. But you know what I'm saying, I like to thank everybody, man. You know what I'm saying, Marty is a breath of fresh air, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's something that our boxing community really needs. So somebody with some integrity, somebody with some knowledge and expertise. You know what I'm saying? We get these people like Nonito and Rachel and stuff coming on here to educate us, bro. You know what I'm saying? To make us more knowledgeable about the sport. You know what I'm saying? To see what's going on and see how these promotional companies are moving. You know what I'm saying? Instead of us being in the dark. You know what I'm saying? And Marty came along, you know what I'm saying, and he was needed. And he's filling that void for us on the other side, right? Because some of these channels, once they get too big, you know what I'm saying, they sell out. You know what I'm saying? We've seen our key sell out. We've seen Blue Blood sell out. We're starting to see a lot of these big channels, you know what I'm saying, once they hit 20 or 30,000 or they go 100,000, they start putting out all this propaganda. That's because these promotional companies are buying them off. So it's good for the little channels like us, you know what I'm saying? We're going to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? We're going to tell you what's happening. And no more than that, bro. And we're going to discuss boxing. We're going to keep boxing pure and true and powerful. You know what I'm saying? We're going to tell it like it is, and we're going to discuss boxing, and we're going to have a good time doing it. You know what I'm saying? Without all the negativity. And I just like to thank Marty, and I'm glad he has a platform. He has a voice. You know what I'm saying? So we can all reach out to and be heard. You know what I'm saying? So when you come over to Marty, you know what I'm saying? That's what you're going to get. When you go over to D-Town, that's what you're going to get. When you come over to Pool Counter Boxing, you know what I'm saying? Whatever boxing knowledge you have, just bring it with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And we'll just discuss it, and we're going to have a good time, bro. That's all it is. That's all these platforms are. So, you know, so you ain't got to worry about nobody going Hollywood on you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, you know, trying to shame you for what you know and don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about being a boxing fan. And once they forget that, that's when we mess up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Once you start thinking you're some kind of star and in this YouTube streets, that's when you mess up, bro. But that's all I got to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm Pool Counter Boxing, and you can subscribe to my channel. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Just come on over there, and you can speak on my platform, and everybody knows how I get down over there. So no big head over here. I'm very humble. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate everybody that rock with me, you know what I'm saying? And rock with Manager Marty, you know what I'm saying? Because he really is something special in this YouTube community. But that's all I had to say, y'all. Y'all chill out. Y'all have a good night now. Peace out.